In this episode, we're going to go through the Moniker Link exploit or the vulnerability, and this is a part of the Exploitation Basics module, which is a part of the Cybersecurity 101 pathway of TryHackMe, and we finished cryptography in the last episode. And so in this episode series, we're going to, or in the next 4 or 5 videos, we're going to go through all exploitation. So this is the Moniker Link, which is the one that we're doing right now, that is going to help us leak user credentials using this specific CVE from 2024, which is a recent one, to bypass Outlook's protected view. Then we're going to go into Metasploit, the introduction exploitation, and then getting a reverse shell using Meterpreter, and then a final exercise, which is the blue exercise. And all of those is going, this is all focused on exploitation. So this is where it becomes, again, it's just starting to become more and more fun because we're now exploiting machines, right? And we're learning how to use exploitation tools. So in this specific episode, in this video, we're going to go through the intro for the Moniker Link vulnerability and then the exploitation detection remediation of the Moniker vulnerability. And this should be really fun and it should be very exciting. And I'm super excited about it because I haven't gone through this room. So we're going to go through it together. And hopefully we'll learn a lot and we'll have a lot of fun. If you'd like to support this channel, consider joining the Hackaholics Anonymous community, which is the premier YouTube community for security professionals and hackers. And we have 4 tiers: the supporter, the agent, guardian, and the master. And each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content. The agent, guardian, and master levels get exclusive content, exclusive downloads, monthly Python automations, live streams with me every single month, plus so much more. And you can join by simply clicking the link in the description below, or you can go to our homepage and click the join button there, or you can go to youtube.com/@hankhackshackers/join, and you'll be able to join Hackaholics Anonymous. Now, without further ado, let us jump into the Moniker Link room. All right, so here's the story. On February 13th, I wonder if it was a Friday, 2024, Microsoft announced a Microsoft Outlook RCE credential leak and vulnerability with the assigned CVE of CVE 2024-21-413. RCE is a remote code execution exploit or vulnerability, and the name of this vulnerability has now been named Moniker Link. And Haifei Li of Checkpoint Research is credited with discovering the vulnerability, and it bypasses the Outlook's security mechanisms when handling or handing a specific type of hyperlink known as the Moniker Link. An attacker can abuse this by sending an email that contains a malicious Moniker link to a victim, resulting in Outlook sending the user's NTLM credentials to the attacker once the hyperlink is clicked. So in the cryptography section, we actually talked about the various hashing algorithms, and NTLM is the hashing algorithm specific and unique to Microsoft passwords and Microsoft hash values and so on and so forth. So it sent the user's NTLM credentials, the hash values, to the attacker once the hyperlink is clicked. So this is a whole different level of phishing, right? So this comes down to literally as they clicked it, it executed whatever the code was that immediately sent that person's credentials to the attacker, which is a very, very powerful type of link if you really think about it from the perspective of like somebody who wants to go into hacking and pen testing and things like that. That is extremely powerful. So details relating to the scoring of the vulnerability are in this specific table. So the CVSS itself and all of its details, as well as the description of the individual fields here. So it was published on the 13/2024. This is the article for it. The impact has been remote code execution and credential leak. The severity is critical, obviously. The attack complexity is low, which is extremely crazy, where it's like it's a low complexity attack. I mean, the code that's attached to that link is probably not low complexity, but the attack itself, it just requires somebody to click on a link in an email. So that by itself is very, very powerful. And then it's a critical severity, and it has a 9.8 scoring, which essentially means out of 10, it has 9.8, which is it's up there. It's as high as it can probably go. It's known to affect the following Office releases. So we have Office LTSC 2021, Microsoft 365 Apps for Enterprise, Office 2019, Office 2016, and then these are the versions that are affected for each one of these releases. So this is it's very robust, it's very powerful, and I'm personally impressed. I almost like admire the person who created this thing. Learning objectives that we're going to talk about in this video is how this actually works, understanding the Outlook's protected view feature, and then using the vulnerability to leak credentials from an Outlook client. We're actually going to do that. And then the detection and mitigation measures, which again is all of this stuff is just juicy content. I'm very excited about this one. I started the virtual machine already. This is going to be the login credentials that we're going to use if we want to log into it via remote desktop. And that's pretty much it. So it says, what severity rating class has this been given? And this is a critical severity, which is a very big one. All right, great. So this actually works. This is going to be tricky because my internet keeps disconnecting. So I wonder how long my virtual machine will actually be up and if I'll be able to use it. But the answer was critical. That red window that you saw pop up at the top was because I couldn't submit my answer because I was disconnected from my internet. So that's gonna be fun. So let's move on to task number 2 itself, which is the actual vulnerability. So the Moniker Link vulnerability. So one of the features about email services, so it's Outlook, Gmail, Hotmail, Yahoo, whatever. They can render emails as HTML. So you may notice this being used on your favorite newsletter. Additionally, Outlook can parse hyperlinks like HTTP and HTTPS. However, it can also open URLs specifying applications known as Moniker links. And normally Outlook will prompt a security warning when external applications are triggered. So this is an example of one where it says Microsoft Outlook security notice. Office has identified a potential security concern. This location may be unsafe, which is the Skype name, and then call. Hyperlinks can be harmful to your computer and data. To protect your computer, click only the ones that you trust. Do you want to continue? And then you could do either yes or no. This pop-up, the one above right here, resulted of an Outlook protected view, which opens emails containing attachments, hyperlinks, and similar content in read-only mode, blocking things like macros, especially from outside an organization. So this is a really great security feature, and this specifically is not available in other email providers unless you actually configure them to do this. This seems to be something that comes predetermined or pre-configured into Outlook. So by using the file : / Moniker link in our hyperlink, we can instruct Outlook to attempt to access a file, such as a file on a network share. So this is the basic HTML code to generate a hyperlink. So href right here, and then this piece right here that's inside of the quotes, and the whole thing should be inside of quotes technically. This piece, this entire thing right here should actually be inside quotes. So where you see this quote right here, this whole thing should be inside of quotes. And then the text that's going to read is going to be click me. Okay. So this is the place where when you do click on this hyperlink, you're going to be sent to this place. So file, attacker, IP, and then test. And the SMB protocol is used, server message block, which involves using local credentials for authentication. However, Outlook's protected view catches and blocks this attempt. So this is the link, right? So, and then in this version, we can actually see that it has the closing quotes right here. So this is the hyperlink code in HTML format. And when you see something that's click me, and then you can click on it. So for example, if we go to this thing right here, if we were to look at the code right here, it's literally an ahref type of a HTML code, and it reads Moniker links. But if I copy this link address, and then if we go to our browser here, it's not actually Moniker links. It's learn.microsoft.com, And so this link that you see right here is what's embedded inside of the quotations for that Moniker link. So what we see inside of these quotations, that's the actual link that you're going to be redirected to. But then all you see is click me, and then it's clickable, right? So the vulnerability here exists by modifying our hyperlink to include the exclamation special character and some text in our Moniker link, which results in bypassing Outlook's protected view. So for example, you would have the same thing, but now you see test right here with the exclamation, and then you have exploit, and that's basically it, which is kind of scary to think about, right? So as long as you just add for this, I mean, they've patched this, so this is it's no longer a vulnerability unless somebody is using those previous versions of Microsoft services that we just reviewed. Unless you're still using those, then you technically are fine. This thing has been patched and you no longer have to worry about it. But that's basically all it took. And imagine when they say attack complexity, that is not a complex attack that somebody's designed. It's like they just put that exclamation and then whatever the exploit itself was, and now it works and it turns it into somebody. You click me, you click on that, and then now your credentials are sent to them. That's pretty amazing. So as attackers, we can provide a moniker link of this nature for the attack. Note, the share does not need to exist on the remote device, as an authentication attempt will be attempted regardless, leading to the victim's Windows Net NTLM-v2 hash being sent to the attacker. Remote code execution is possible because Moniker Links uses the component object model, which is also known as COM, on Windows. However, explaining this is currently out of the scope of this room, as there is no publicly released proof of concept for achieving remote code execution via this specific CVE, because it is literally from a year ago, probably not even a year ago, because it was February, so it's less than a year ago. February 2024 is when they caught it. So it's pretty amazing. So anyways, what moniker link type do we use in the hyperlink? And that is the file colon //. And let me see if I'm still connected to my internet. I'm not. So I'm gonna reconnect to my internet. This is just such a pain in the ass. And once it's reconnected, I'll press enter and then we can move on to the next one. All right, cool, that worked. And then we have, what is the special character used to bypass Outlook's protected view? And that is this little exclamation mark. And I just, oh my God, this is, it's like pulling teeth. This specific video being recorded is like pulling teeth right now. There we go, press enter, and that should now be submitted. I'm so annoyed right now. I can't, I'm smiling through it. I'm trying to smile through it and work through it, but I am flipping annoyed, let me tell you. All right, moving on, exploitation. In order for this to actually work, we will email our victim a moniker link similar to the one that we saw in the last task. And the objective as attackers is to craft an email to the victim with a moniker link that bypasses Outlook's protected view, where the victim's client, meaning their computer, will attempt to load a file from our attacking machine, resulting in the victim's net NTLM-v2 hash being captured. So first, we're going to run through a POC that we've created in this particular case, not a POS, a POC. Which is also available on GitHub, so you can access this. I don't want to click on this because I'm pretty sure I'm disconnected from the internet, so I can read through this stuff, and then when I have to do something, I'm gonna connect to the internet again. Okay, so this is a, let's see, proof of concept is what this is. So we have the author being CMnatic, and this is the GitHub link for that person. And the import of the SMTP lib library, which is basically allows you to use the SMTP protocol, the simple mail transfer protocol, to actually send out emails. And then from email mime text, we're going to import mime text. From email mime multipart, we're going to import mime multipart. And then from email utils, we're going to import format address. And this is Python, if you haven't noticed already. So if you don't know anything about Python, this might be a little bit over your head, but Python is probably the easiest language that you can learn, even if you've never seen it. So these are the imports, meaning we're going to end up using these modules from these various libraries to build out the rest of our script. Now, the first email that the first variable we're going to create is the sender's email. And in this case, it's just, you're going to hard code it. So you're going to type it in. You can also do an input prompt where you tell somebody, hey, type in your email, and then they'll type in your email. Then the receiver email is the person for your victim, right? This is their email address. The password, we're going to enter your attacker email password. So this one is not going to be hard coded into this. And this is just a good security practice. So this input command will prompt a message onto the screen when you run the script where it says enter your attacker email password. So you enter your password. And then the HTML content variable is basically this. So this is the HTML content that you want your link to point to, right? And so it's an HTML page, very simple. And then the only thing that is available here is this click me link. So this is not even an HTML page. It's just HTML content that specifically is an href piece of code that points to that link that has that exclamation exploit portion. And this is it. And it's going to read click me. and then the person will have the option to click on it or not. And then you use the messages. This is specifically from our email library that we're used. So we're going to use the my multi-part, and then we're going to create a subject from to, and then the subject is going to be the CVE itself. The from is going to be the sender's email. The to is going to be the receiver's email. And then the message HTML is going to be MIME text HTML content, which is this thing that we saw right here. And then we're going to make sure that it's in HTML format. And then message attach the HTML, which is this, which is going to be the content that we saw, which is right there. And then the server is going to be smtp lib.smtp, and then the mail server. So you could do, smtp.gmail.com, for example. The default port for SMTP is port 25. And then we're going to essentially try to log in, except if you can't log in, it'll print it out, and then try the server send mail, except if it can't, it'll just tell you what the error is. Very simple script, right? So not a complicated script as far as Python is concerned anyway. This is on the simpler side of the Python script. So what this proof of concept does is that it takes the attacker and victim's email. Normally, you would need to use your own SMTP server. This has already been provided for us in this room. It requires the password to authenticate. For this room, the password for this the attacker is this, and then that's the attacker, what we saw. The email content is the HTML content variable, which contains our Moniker link as an HTML hyperlink. And then we fill in the subject to, from, details, Finally, it sends the email to the mail server. So let's use Responder, which is a command line tool, to create the SMB listener on the attacking machine. For the THM attack box, the interface will be IENS5, and the interface name will differ if you're using your own device. For example, if you're using Kali, you would have to run ifconfig, or if you're using Microsoft as your attack box, you're going to run ipconfig, so on and so forth. For the intensive purposes, I hope you're using Kali on your end, because it'll be pretty identical to everything that we're going to do on our end, and you don't have to customize your syntax. So the interface name for you is going to be different anyway, because when you run your ifconfig and you look at your main interface that's attached to your IP address, it might be ENS0, whatever. So if you would like some homework, an impact server can also be used. And so this is what the responder is going to look like. And this is what we're going to be running on our attack box. This part is going to be a nightmare because my internet keeps disconnecting. So just trying to connect to the attack box is going to be a nightmare. But anyways, so we would run the responder-i on the interface ENS5, and it'll run, and it's listening for any events that are happening. And then we open the vulnerable machine by actually opening this specific vulnerable machine that we've already launched in our exercise here. And then when we open it, this is essentially what it's going to look like. It's going to be a Microsoft Outlook from what it seems like. And then I don't want to sign in or create an account is what we're going to click. X on top of the pop-up to get rid of the product key. And then when completed, you'll see the Outlook interface for this room. The victim's mailbox has already been set up in Outlook for you. And that's what it's going to look like. And so we're going to return to the attack box, and we'll copy and paste the proof of concept, the code that we saw, into the attack box. And basically what he's doing is that he's copying it and pasting it into the Nano text editor. And I mean, for the most part, I don't think they even changed anything. I feel like they literally copy pasted exactly the full thing as the code, and they didn't even modify let me see if they modified their username or email or anything. No, he didn't modify the email or anything like that. It seems like those are the actual emails that we're going to be using in our proof of concept. So we'll need to do some initial setup on the attack box before running the Python. Modify the Moniker link on line 12 to reflect the IP address of the attack box. Okay, so I guess they will do that. Replace the mail server placeholder on 31 with the IP address that I have here. And now we can run the exploit when prompted for the attacker's email password. Enter attacker as the password. And the Python script will print email delivered when the email has been sent. If the script complains about the authentication failure, ensure that you've correctly replaced the values in the exploit Python file. Now let's return to the vulnerable machine and check for the new email, which is going to be this thing right here. And then there's the click me button, and then we click on that. And so click on the click me hyperlink and then go to the responder, and then we'll see that we have actually captured the NTLM v2 credentials of this person. So that's pretty gnarly. That's pretty crazy to think about. So what is the name of the application that we use on the attack box to capture the hash? And that is responder. So I need to connect to the freaking Wi-Fi again, and I'll be able to answer it. And it said, what type of hash is captured once the hyperlink in has been clicked? And I think that's pretty much it. So let me first see if I can actually even answer these questions. Okay, so we didn't even have to run the exercise to be able to get these answers. The name of the application that we use on the attack box to capture the user's hash is responder, and the type of hash that we're capturing is the net NTLM v2. So those are the answers essentially that we need for this particular task to be finished. But because I can't connect to my internet, it keeps disconnecting, and I apologize for that. I feel like I'm like doing bad customer service or something right now. So in order to kind of help you understand this, if you're running this on your side, is when you use this script right here, this Python script, there are a few things in it that you do have to modify. Okay, so the few things that you have to modify in this particular case are going to be the mail server value. So let's say if you use TryHackMe, they give you a mail server for this exercise, and it said that the mail server itself was the IP address that they gave us, because that's the one that we set up for this room for the most part. So where is it? This IP address. So on line 31, we have to replace the mail server value with this, which is the IP address that has been assigned to me as my mail server. So this will change every time you load this room and you set up, you click on the virtual machine start machine button. When you click on that, this IP address will change. For you, if you're doing this on your own machine, you can use literally smtp.gmail.com, and what you're going to have to do is you're going to have to create a password, an application password, in order to be able to use the SMTP server for Gmail. And I have basic instructions for how you can actually do that. So I'm going to show you the instructions for that, so you know how to generate your app password, and then you can go ahead and use the Gmail server, assuming you have Gmail. I don't know how to do it for Yahoo, but for the most part, if you ask Gemini or GPT or something and you say, I want to use the SMTP server for Yahoo or something like that, what is the default port, and so on and so forth, what do I have to do? So for the most part, for all of them, it should be similar steps. I'm going to show you what is specific to Gmail, and then we'll go ahead and fix the rest of it. And the moniker link. So there are only two things in the script that you have to modify. The moniker link, which is on line 12, to reflect the IP address of the attack box. So this is your attacking machine. In this particular case, it will be your actual computer. Okay. And then when you replace the mail server placeholder on line 31, that would be the SMTP link that you would provide. So literally smtp.gmail.com would be in replacement of this. And then right here where it shows you 25 as the port, I think it's 527. I think like the default SMTP server port for Gmail is 527. I'm going to verify that for you right now. But for that's pretty much the only thing you would have to modify is this portion to read smtp.gmail.com, and then this is going to be the port, which I think is 527. I'm not sure, but we'll verify that right now. And then on line 17, where he said enter, what did it say on line 17? It said to put the IP address of your attack box. So on line 12, modify the moniker link in the thing to reflect the IP address of your attack box. So your moniker link on line 12, which is going to be towards the top of this whole thing. So technically this would be, I think, line 1, because these comments should also count as individual lines as well. But if we go to our moniker link, which is this thing right here. So this moniker link is on line 12. So this portion would be your IP address on your computer that you're going to use, because you're going to end up running responder from your computer's command line. And if you're doing this with the attack box, you would replace it to be the IP address of the attack box that's been issued to you on TryHackMe, and then you would change the IP address of the mail server to whatever the IP address is that they've assigned to you on TryHackMe. If you're doing this on your own computer, so if you're not going to use TryHackMe's attack box or TryHackMe's virtual server or virtual machine, then you would need to change the mail server to smtp.gmail.com and then change the port to the port that I'm going to share with you right now. And then this is going to be the IP address of your machine, okay? That's pretty much it. Those are the only things that you have to modify for this script in order for the script to work. You also actually, my bad. So you do have to change the email addresses here as well. So it would not be attacker@Moniker Link. It would actually be, for me, hackhackshackers@gmail or something like that, right? And then I usually just send it to the same Gmail account. So I'll start it from one Gmail account and I'll send it to the same Gmail account. So that'll be the sender and the receiver email. And the password is going to be the application password if you're going to use smtp.gmail.com. If you're going to use the attack box right here, the password was attacker for this. So where it says input password, where you get prompted to input the password, it says just type in attacker, and that'll be the password for the attacker's Gmail, which is here. So these things, if you're going to use the attack box, you don't need to change. If you're going to use your own machine, then you do need to change this to your email. You need to change this to your email. And then the password is going to be the application password from Gmail. And I'm going to show you how to get that right now. All right, so these are the instructions that I created for one of the scripts that I created for Hackaholics Anonymous. And this was, it was the disk usage monitor. So what it did was it would just monitor the disk of the computer. And then when certain data shows up, you would get notified and it will send you an email using the smtplib library on Python, okay? So just to kind of tell you, this is what this part means specifically, but everything else will apply to you if you're going to use your own computer and you want to use the SMTP server from Gmail to be able to send this for you, okay? So essentially, you would need to go to myaccount.google.com/security. And then when you go here, it's basically just going to take you to the kind of like the settings of your Google account. And then there's going to be a search box at the very top. Now, in order for this to actually work, you need to make sure that you have multi-factor authentication turned on for the Gmail account that you're going to be using to do this. If you don't have multi-factor authentication turned on, you're not going to see the option for app passwords, okay? That part is, I just want to make sure you understand that. So if you have MFA turned on, then you go to the search box at the top and you type in app password. And then it's going to give you a bunch of like options. Like in the drop down, you'll get a bunch of options. And then there's an article that literally says apps and passwords and things like that. And you click on that and it gives you the direct link to go create a new application password. When you click on that link, you actually have to re-enter your Google account's password to just log back in and verify yourself again, because app passwords are not the most secure way to do it. You can use, sign in as Google instead of using an app password and creating your own. So this is, you'll get that kind of a notification and then it says, are you sure you want to do this? Make sure you log in, and then you log in. When you log in, then you basically says that, enter the name of the app that you want to create a password for. And you can do, Moniker Link Exploit, whatever. And that would be the name of it. And then you press enter, and then you'll see it pop up on the screen with the new app password. This will be the only time that you'll be able to see this password, because once you close this pop-up, you're not going to be able to open it back up. Okay, so just keep that in mind. Once the pop-up shows up and you see the password, you're going to get a 16-character password in groups of 4, and each group is separated by a space. When you want to enter it into the script that we just saw as your password, you have to remove the spaces so that you just have one block of 16 characters. This is very important. So you'll have 4 space 4 space 4 space 4. So there's 3 spaces basically. I don't know how many times I just counted. So 4 space 4 space 4, and that's basically it. 4 space 4 space 4 space 4. Yeah, so 4 groups of 4. That's, the math should be fine. This is not hard arithmetic. And so when you have these 4 groups of 4, you just have to remove the spaces between those 4 groups of 4 so that it just turns into one long block of 16 characters, and that's your password, okay? And then you save that into a separate file, because apart from that one time that you actually see it on the pop-up, you're not going to be able to open it back up again. And then if you wanted to see it again, you would have to go through this whole process and create another app password. So that's basically it. That's how you would do this. And then once you have that app password, then when you run that script and it says enter your password, you can just paste the app password and then everything else will work exactly as so. The next thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to verify for you what the default SMTP port is for Gmail. Okay, so these are the default ports. It's either 465 or 587 depending on the connection. And in the script that we just looked at, there was no mention of the type of connection that's actually being created. So there's no mention of SSL or TLS or anything like that with the server being connected. So for the SMTP lib server that's being created, there's no mention of it. So you can try either the 465 or the 587 to see which one will actually work, because I think the default would actually be SSL and it would not be TLS. So since that's the case, you can do the 465 instead of 25 right here. This would be smtp.gmail.com. And then up here, you would have your email addresses. The same email address is what I would recommend you use. And then this would be your IP address on your machine. And then from that, you would be able to run it. And the password, you already saw how we can generate an application password for Gmail using the Google security support link. So apart from that, that's pretty much it. That's the only thing that you need to do to modify this so that it can actually run. And then as long as you have Responder installed on your machine, then your interface for whatever your main interface would be, that would be the interface that you have this IP address next to. So when you have the interface, you need to just make sure whatever interface you chose, that's the IP address that you're going to put over here so that it'll actually work. Otherwise, this connection back to the responder won't work for you. So that's like the best that I could give you, honestly, as far as the instructions for this are concerned. I apologize. My internet is not the best today, and it keeps dropping my connection, and it's extremely annoying, and I am sincerely apologetic. Like, I feel embarrassed that this isn't working, but at the very least, we also got the answers, and then I gave you like a really detailed breakdown of actually how to modify that script to make it work for you. If you're using the TryHackMe, oh, this is a free room. Oh my God, you should definitely use TryHackMe because it would save you all the headache of using the SMTP Gmail server. My God, I should have just looked at this at the beginning. My bad, dude. Seriously. Hopefully you stuck it with me throughout this whole portion. So this is a free room. You can actually get a free registration with TryHackMe and use this room, and then you'll be able to launch the attack box as well as the victim machine, and then you'll be able to use the Outlook email and all of that stuff without having to do any of the extra stuff that I talked about in the Gmail SMTP. You have extra information in case you wanted to do it on your own machine, but you don't need to because you could literally use a free subscription to TryHackMe and then go ahead and do this. So anyways, now that we've gotten that out of the way, let's talk about detection. For detection, Yara rules are really amazing and very useful. This is something that was created by Florian Roth, which is kind of like the founding father of Yara and Yara rules. And he's actually created this specific rule that we're looking at here that can detect emails containing the file element in the Moniker link. And so if we go ahead and all they're doing is they're displaying the contents of the Yara rule on our screen. And this is the rule itself. This is the metadata of it. So description, author, reference, date, None of this stuff has anything to do with the functionality of the Yara rule. The functionality of the Yara rule comes with strings right here and everything else that's going on. So these are individual variables. So the A1, A2, and then XR1. And then this looks like a massive freaking regular expression that is detecting all of these things. So all of these potential extensions or formattings of file, which is it's long. It's like a very, very, very massive regular expression that will just detect to see if this file // this whole thing right here, if it exists inside any email. And then file size less than a kilobytes, and all of A and one of XR. So all of these two, so subject and received, and then one of these things, meaning one of docx, txt, pdf, xlr, like one of these things has to just be present in that attachment. And as long as that's there, then this rule is going to be triggered. Wireshark also has something. The SMB request from the victim to the client can be seen in a packet capture with a truncated net NTLM v2 hash. So this is the packet that we're looking at in particular. No, I'm sorry. This is the one. So we're looking at 290 right here. That's the one that we're looking at, I believe. So let's look at if we can actually see the packet number that we're looking at. I can't see the packet number right now because it's not available in the details of it. But let's see, security blob. Oh, right here. So it is this one. So it says THM Moniker Link TryHackMe. I believe that's the packet that we're looking at in this particular case. Now it says, security blob is truncated, and then the rest of it has been blocked out because that's probably what we need to use to answer the questions here. NTLM secure service provider, the NTLM response has been blocked out. The NTLM v2 response has been blocked out, and all of those things are truncated. Username is TryHackMe, hostname is THM Moniker Link, so on and so forth. So this is the packet, if you capture it inside of Wireshark, that you can see what the details of this are to potentially detect what's going on. Wireshark isn't going to send you an alert, right? Wireshark is for people who know how to investigate things, and you can see packet by packet. So you can see all of the data of the traffic and what's going on. It's just that you need to know what you're looking for. So if you're looking for something truncated, or if you're looking for something that has to do with the NTLM value, because you know what this specific CVE is going to do, is it's going to try to send out your NTLM credentials, right? So if you know that's what you're looking for, you can search for that and then do your investigation. So that's basically it. So this is what detection can help you do. If you are faced with creating some kind of detection rules, you should just use the Yara rule by Florian Roth for the Moniker Link CVE, which is also, this is the ID for it. So CVE 2024-21413. And then it's all over this video, so you should have no problem finding this Yara rule that's been created by Florian Roth. You can also, this is the part where you would have to, specifically, you would have to be able to manually type all of this out. So it's just better to go ahead and copy and paste this into a Yara file. And this room is free, so you can just get access to this and copy and paste it into your own computer and use it. There's a bunch of different things that you can do to actually copy this Yara rule for yourself. It's listed on GitHub as the CVE 2024-21413, or CVE, if you do Yara rule Microsoft Outlook remote code execution 2024, you'll be able to find the GitHub link as well. So all of this, these are all different ways that you can get access to this specific Yara file, which is, I would say, the best way to detect this specific vulnerability. Because if you're going to rely on Wireshark, that means you have to rely on your own abilities as an investigator to be able to find the packet that has to do with that Moniker link. And that's pretty much it. So now we can move on. Of course, I'm disconnected from the internet. So now we can move on to remediation. For this specific vulnerability, Microsoft has already included patches to resolve it in February's Patch Tuesday release. You can see a list of the KB articles by Office Build by Googling it, because I'm not going to click on that link because it's not going to work because of my internet. Updating Office through Windows updates or Microsoft Update Catalog is strongly recommended because it just comes pre-configured, and everything that needs to be patched will be patched if you just go through Windows Update or the Microsoft Update Catalog. So highly recommended to go through Microsoft to actually update your system. Additionally, in the meantime, it is a timely reminder to practice general safe cybersecurity practices. For example, do not click random links, especially from unsolicited emails. If it's coming from a email that or like from a person that I have not subscribed to, or from a person that I don't recognize, I automatically report it as a phishing email or a spam email. I stopped actually reporting them as spam because usually spam automatically gets filtered and it goes into my spam mailbox. But if it actually makes it to my inbox, I automatically report it as phishing if I don't recognize, because I know who I subscribe to. I know which services I subscribe to. I know which celebrities or what can I say, influencers, like these thought leaders in tech or in the business world I've subscribed to. So I know all of the services that I've subscribed to. If I don't recognize the service, I will immediately unsubscribe, because sometimes they do sell your email address to each other so that they can expand their list and whatever. I'll immediately unsubscribe. And if I definitely think that it's a phishing email, then I'll go ahead and immediately report it as phishing. I never click on links from anything that comes in. This is just a really, really, really big thing to understand. Do not click on links if you don't recognize the email, because it's not about, oh, I'm going to click on the link and I'll go and check out the website and see what happens. Never. Because now you know that if you just click on the link can be modified to capture your credentials, and that's it. At that point, you're screwed. So never click on the freaking link. If you want to look at the HTML, the source code of the email, and then see what the link is, and then go to VirusTotal and check the link to see if it's a malicious link, sure, you could do that, but I would highly, highly, highly recommend to not actually click on it. I have said it a dozen times. Do not say you were never warned, okay? You have been warned. Do not click on random links. You should already know this by now. Preview the links before clicking on them. You could actually do that. You could right-click on a link, and then you can preview it. So, for example, right-click on this, and then you can say, I'm going to copy the link address, and I can go to VirusTotal and then paste the link address. And then from there, I'll see what the link itself is, because it's not going to open in my computer. It's just going to open up in VirusTotal, and VirusTotal is going to tell me whether or not it's malicious. And if it's not malicious, if VirusTotal actually, because if VirusTotal checks like 90 something vendors that have all of their individual databases. So if it doesn't show up as malicious in VirusTotal, I have like a 90 something % confidence that it's not malicious. But if I don't recognize them, I just don't click on them anyway. And then forward suspicious emails to the respective department responsible for cybersecurity. So this could be within your company. It could be the FBI's phishing links or the virus links on the FBI database. It could be for Apple. It could be for Microsoft. All of these major companies house massive lists of suspicious email links and suspicious email addresses and IP addresses and so on and so forth. And they all communicate with each other. So the FBI list, for example, is referenced by Microsoft and Google and all of those people, obviously. And for the most part, Microsoft also will leak their entire list of suspicious emails or IP addresses to share them with each other, because it's open source data. Like, it doesn't, they're not going to leak this is the vulnerability that they hacked. They're going to be like, this is the IP address that hacked us. So put this on all of your intrusion detection systems and SIM software and security appliances and firewalls, and block this IP address and block this email address. They will definitely release that information. It's really good practices to actually do that. So all of this stuff should be forwarded if you actually suspect it. When you report it as phishing inside of Gmail, it automatically gets reported because you're forwarding it and reporting it as phishing. So they automatically flag everything about that email, and then they send it to their respective database. Since the vulnerability bypasses Outlook's protective view, there is no way to reconfigure Outlook to prevent this attack. Additionally, preventing the SMB protocol entirely may do more harm than good, especially as it is essential for accessing network shares. However, you may be able to block this at the firewall level depending on your organization. The best practice is don't click on the damn link. That's basically all I can say. So you have been warned like a dozen times by now, okay? So I did my part. Now it's up to you to be diligent. So that's basically it for this one. And then we're going to check the conclusion. I'll give you a couple of final notes, and we are done with this video. Okay, so the conclusion is basically telling us congratulations. It was fun. Maybe it was fun for you. And I'm going to try to delete all of in the edit, I'm going to get rid of all of those extra pieces that were annoying as hell. So you're going to see this final polished video. And not all of the tooth pulling portions, the hair. If I had hair, I would pull my hair out. It was fun for the most part. I mean, it was nice to learn about this, and it was nice to learn the Python script that's available, the Yara rule that's available, all those things that we could actually leverage to protect ourselves in this particular situation. And it's as recent as 2024, and it's against a massive company like Microsoft. And it was so simple. That's the thing that's like the scariest part, where it's like, imagine what a hacker is doing, and they're sitting there and they're like, let me test these links and then see what I can embed into this link to see if it'll actually work. And then now you go ahead and test it against all of these tools that are available, which is that responder tool and what that can be configured to do. And there's a lot of stuff. So when you put yourself inside of the mindset of an attacker, which is, I can understand why this is the first video inside of the exploitation module. This is the first room inside of the exploitation module for Cybersecurity 101, because they want to demonstrate this is what it's like, right? As recent as 2024. And you get yourself in the mind state of an attacker, and you're like, all you have to do is create this malicious link and have this thing on the back end, and then they're just going to connect to each other. And as soon as the person clicks on that link, you're just watching the display on your computer, and it's like, oh shoot, I just got their hash for their login credentials, and now I can use past the hash to log in as this person. And believe it or not, CEOs make silly mistakes like this because they're still human beings and they're susceptible to human error. And if you craft an email that's kind of intriguing, they will not hesitate to click on that link. So there are certain things that even CEOs are not exempt from, right? So this could work against upper management. It could work against the CEO, the CMO, people, especially if you start looking, like I love referring back to the example in Ocean's 11 where there's a security guard that they're trying to get the key card for the security guard. And as he's describing, he's like, yeah, he's this, plus he's lonely. And then the next scene is that they cut to the security guard inside of the strip club, and then they have paid the stripper to lean in, get all friendly with him, and then just pull his tag, his card, his key card from him, and then they pass the key card to Daniel Ocean and Rusty or whatever, and then they duplicate the key card, and then now they can do whatever the hell they want. It's that simple, right? It's like human beings are susceptible. Human beings can actually fall victim to all of these different emotions that we have, and it could be greed, it could be sloth, it could be lust. Lust is a really big one. That's why there's a honeypot. That's why there's so many campaigns of Asian or Chinese or Russian spies who are these gorgeous women who go after these politicians or whoever these guys are, that they're very humble looking, they're ugly for lack of a better word, and then they have this gorgeous woman approach them, and now they're at the whims of this gorgeous woman and they fall victim, and the gorgeous woman is actually a spy this entire time. There was a video that I did on sexpionage that you should go check out. So anyways, all of that to say that this is actually a very, very crazy thing, and it can happen to anybody, and you should always keep your guard up. You should always be paranoid. The paranoid survives. And especially in the world of cybersecurity and pen testing and hacking and all that stuff, which is the world that we're in. All right, we are officially done with this particular room. So if you found this video useful, I do encourage you to like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out, especially inside of the CySec101 playlist, the Cybersecurity 101 playlist that we have. And then just go check out all these other videos that are available as well. This is the homepage, so you have all the playlists and everything that are connected here. But if you actually go to the videos tab, you will find all of the videos that we have, and there's a lot of videos that we have on this channel, and you are more likely to find something on the topics that have to do with cybersecurity. And then make sure that you drop a comment. I am responsive in the comment section. I check it from my phone all the time. So if you have a question, I'll respond to you. If you just want to say hi, I'll say hi to you. And if you have a really big question, then I'll go ahead and create a video in response to your question, or maybe even a playlist like we did with CySec101 in response to Darnell Knight's comment. And that's pretty much it. So like, subscribe, turn on the notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out. Drop a comment if you have any questions, or if you just want to say hi, or if you want to say thanks. And another way to say thanks would be to support this channel by joining the Hackaholics Anonymous membership community, which is the premier YouTube community for security professionals and hackers. And we have 4 tiers: the supporter, the agent, the guardian, and the master. Each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content. The agent, guardian, and master levels get exclusive content, exclusive downloads, monthly Python automations, live streams with me every single month, plus so much more. And to join, you can simply click the link in the description below, or you can go to our homepage and click that join button, or you can go to youtube.com/@HankHacksHackers/join, and you'll be able to join Hackaholics Anonymous. If you do, I really hope to see you inside of the Discord server so we can chat with each other. If not, I hope to see you in the comment section on the channel, and that's about it. This your boy Hank Hackerson at Hank Hacks Hackers, your network and system attacker / protector. If no one else loves you, Hank loves you. Love, peace, and chicken grease. And I'll see you in the next video. Later. In this episode of the CySec101 series, we're going to go through the Metasploit introduction, which is a very powerful tool in exploitation, as the name implies. And this is a part of the exploitation basics, which is a part of the cybersecurity 101 pathway of TryHackMe. And of course, in the exploitation basics module, we've already covered the Moniker Link introduction, which was in the last video. And then we have Metasploit introduction. We're going to go through exploitation, Meterpreter, and then we're going to have one final exercise where we actually do some exploitation, capture the flag type situations with the blue room. And that's pretty much what we got for exploitation. And as the outline of this episode, so we do have the intro to Metasploit, we have main components, we have the MSF console working with the various modules, and we're going to do a summary, and then I'm going to give you some final notes, and we're going to wrap it up, and you'll be dismissed from today's lesson. And that's pretty much it for today. We're going to be just talking about Metasploit. I love this thing. It's a very, very powerful tool. I think you will also fall in love with it as soon as you learn how powerful it is as well. So I'm really excited to share this with you, and I think we're going to have a lot of fun today. If you'd like to support this channel, consider joining Hackaholics Anonymous, which is the premier YouTube community for security professionals and hackers. We have 4 tiers, which is the supporter, agent, guardian, and master. And each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content, but the agent, guardian, and master levels get exclusive content. They get exclusive downloads, monthly Python automations, live streams with me every single month, plus so much more. And you can simply join by clicking the link in the description below, or you can go to our homepage and click the join button, or you can go to youtube.com/@HankHacksHackers/join, and you'll be able to join Hackaholics Anonymous. Now, without further ado, let's jump into the Metasploit introduction room. Metasploit is by far the most widely used exploitation framework. So when we're talking about a framework, we're referring to essentially a culmination of tools and Python code, as well as scripts and any other type of language, JavaScript or cross-site scripting. Like, there are so many types of modules and exploits and libraries and ancillaries and so many various elements that make Metasploit what it actually is, that it's very difficult to compare it to anything else, because it's really robust. It can do a lot of great things, and it can take you from going from the reconnaissance step of a penetration test all the way to post-exploitation, when you've actually gone into the service or the system or the network, and now you want to do your post-exploitation tactics. It can do all of those steps that are involved inside of a penetration test, which is, again, why it is one of the most widely used exploitation frameworks. And I'm still learning about all of the different modules that exist in it, because there are literally thousands of modules that are inside of Metasploit. And I've only used the framework, like the basic framework version, not the Metasploit Pro, because this is the commercial version that has the automation and management of tasks, and it has an actual GUI, and then it also has, I would presume that it has even more options that we can use than the framework itself has done. But the framework is the open source version, and it works from the command line. So if you can think about somebody having created a GUI so that somebody could easily exploit a network, it's pretty amazing to think about how powerful Metasploit can actually be, and how easy it is to be a hacker in the modern era, really. But we're going to be using the Metasploit framework, which is all on the command line, and it's installed with pretty much every Linux distribution, or at the very least on the Kali Linux versions or the PenTesting versions of Linux. It comes pre-installed, and it's of course installed in the attack box that I'm going to be using today. Now, that being said, this is actually a free room that's available on TryHackMe, so it doesn't include, or it doesn't require a paid subscription to TryHackMe. Literally, you can just get a free membership just by your email and password, and then you'll get access to this room, as well as the attack box of this room, as well as the target machine of this room, and you can run all of the exercises that we can run for free completely. If you decided to get a paid membership, it's literally $12 a month, but if you use the link in the description below, it'll end up being $5 off of that, so it becomes even more inexpensive. And I know for a fact that people spend more on coffee per week, if not per day, than you can spend to get a membership to TryHackMe. So it's a really, really powerful resource. I love this website, and I mean, you already, if you've seen any of my episodes or any of my videos, you should know how much of a fondness I have for TryHackMe. Now, that being said, we are going to talk about essentially what this thing is. So it's a set of tools, right? So Metasploit is a set of tools that allow information gathering, scanning, exploitation, exploit development, post-exploitation. While the primary usage of the framework focuses on penetration testing, it also can be used for vulnerability research and exploit development. So you can actually develop exploits. The main components of the Metasploit framework can be summarized as the console, MSF console, the modules. So these are the supporting modules like the exploits and the scanners and the payloads and a bunch of other stuff. And then the tools. So standalone tools that will allow you to do your vulnerability research, the assessments, penetration testing. MSF Venom is in there, pattern create and pattern offset are in there. Nmap is one of the tools. Like there's just so many tools that are inside of Metasploit. So again, just a really powerful tool here. So we're going to cover the main components of this while providing you with a solid foundation on how to find relevant exploits, set parameters, and exploit vulnerable services on the target system. Once you've completed this, you'll be able to navigate and use the Metasploit command line comfortably. And I've already started the attack box. I've also started our target machine, our victim machine. So we are ready to run and gun. So let's get into it. So the way that we're going to interact with the Metasploit framework or the console, the Metasploit console, is by first just calling on it by typing in MSF console. And then when you type that in, you just press enter, and then it takes a couple of seconds and then it loads. And so the very first thing that they want to first just kind of, I guess, introduce to us is that, you know, we have the exploits, which is the piece of code that uses a vulnerability present on the target system. The vulnerability, which is a design or coding or logic flaw affecting the target system. The exploitation of a vulnerability can result in disclosing confidential information or allowing us to execute code on the target. And then the payload, which is the exploit that will take advantage of a vulnerability. So essentially, it's what we can transfer to or use to exploit the vulnerability. If we want the exploit to have the result that we want, getting access to the target system or reading information, we need to use a payload. Payloads are the code that will run on the target system. So it's something that is transferred over to the target system. And usually you would need something like Metasploit to be able to create a payload and then to transfer the payload. And MSF Venom is one of the other kind of ancillary or subcategories of Metasploits that allows you to create payloads, right? So modules and categories under each are listed below, and this is just a list that we have available for us. So you can technically go inside of this thing. So this is the opt and then Metasploit framework, embedded, and then just type tree and then show the auxiliary. My God, auxiliary. For a second, I've completely forgot how to pronounce that. So yeah, we just do tree and then we're going to list, and then these are all of the auxiliaries, and inside of these there is a bunch of other stuff as well. So these are just for lack of a better word, these are just folders or directories that house a bunch of other stuff in them, right? And then we have the encoders. And encoders will allow you to encode the exploit and payload in the hope that a signature-based antivirus solution may miss it. Signature-based antivirus and security solutions have a database of known threats. They detect threats by comparing suspicious files to this database, and they raise the alert if there is a match. So the encoders can actually have a limited success rate, as antivirus solutions can perform additional checks as well. But these are our various encoders that would exist. And this is housed inside of the encoders folder that is inside the same path here, Metasploit framework, embedded framework modules. And then we have the encoders and then CMD generic, PHP, Ruby, so on and so forth, right? And then there's evasion. So encoders will encode the payload. They should not be considered as a direct attempt to evade antivirus software, because we just established that if it's a decent enough software that can actually detect by signature, it can probably try to find out what it is that you're running anyway. So on the other hand, evasion modules will try to avoid antivirus or to evade antivirus. Whether or not they're successful is a whole other story, but at the very least, they're going to try to evade the antivirus. So they're housed inside of the framework modules, and then they're inside of the evasion directory. And so we have the evasion for Windows in this particular case, and you have App Locker and Windows Defender evasion, so on and so forth, right? And then we have exploits, which is a very, very large data set. A massive amount of files and folders are here. And same thing, say in the location, same path, except it's just inside of the exploits directory. And you have exploits for Android, for Apple iOS. You have exploits for Firefox. You have exploits for what else? Open BSD, for Solaris, for Unix, for Windows, for Linux. There's exploits for pretty much anything that you can think of. And then as they, of course, update Metasploit, the exploits get more expansive as well, and you get more exploits to use and to play with. So very, very powerful resource. And then we have the NOPS, which is an acronym for no operation, do nothing. So they basically don't do anything, right? So NOPS do nothing, literally. They're represented in the Intel CPU family with 0x90, following which the CPU would do nothing for one cycle. They are often used as a buffer to achieve consistent payload sizes, and they're stored inside of NOPS. And then we have them for these various CPUs as well, or these various distros, we can call them, or architectures that we can call them. And then, of course, there are payloads. So exploits will leverage a vulnerability on the target system, but to achieve this, we need a payload. Examples could be getting a shell, loading a malware or a backdoor on the target system, running a command, or launching calculator.exe as a proof of concept to add the penetration test report. Starting the calculator on the target system remotely by launching the calc.exe application is a benign way to show that we can run commands on the target system. A running command on a target system is already an important step, but having the interactive connection that allows you to type the command that will be executed on the target system is better. So it's getting that connection that's the hard part. Once you have the connection, for the most part, depending on which user you've been able to kind of exploit and get the privileges of that user, you'll be limited to the number of commands that you can run. If you can get an administrator shell or an administrator connection, then you are pretty freaking golden. And at that point, you can essentially do whatever you want. So in an interactive command line is called a shell. We also call it a reverse shell because we are technically, you can either generate a shell from your machine to the other side, or you can get a reverse shell from the other side to your machine. In either case, you're getting a shell. And the Metasploit offers the ability to send different payloads that can open shells on the target system. And so you have adapters, singles, stagers, and stages. And these are the 4 different directories that hold a variety of different payloads for us. And adapters wraps a single payload to convert them into different formats. So for example, a normal single payload can be wrapped inside a PowerShell adapter, which will make it a single PowerShell command that will execute the payload. A single or singles are self-contained payloads. You add a user, a launch notepad.exe, so on and so forth. Like, these things are various self-contained payloads. They don't need to download an additional component to run. And then a stager is responsible for setting up a connection channel between Metasploit and the target system. So it's useful when working with staged payloads. Staged payloads will first upload a stager on the target system, then download the rest of the payload stage. Excuse me. This provides some advantages, as the initial size of the payload will be relatively small compared to the full payload sent at once. And then we have stages, which are downloaded by the stager, and this will allow you to use larger sized payloads. So Metasploit has a subtle way to help you identify single, also called inline payloads, and stage payloads. And these are reverse TCP shells, right? So generic shell reverse TCP, Windows shell reverse TCP, Both are reverse Windows shells. The former is an inline or a single payload, which is this thing, and indicated by the underscore between the shell and reverse, while the latter is a staged payload indicated by the / between shell and reverse. So that's the way that we can differentiate this, is that when you see the / you can think that this is a staged payload, and then when you see the underscore that's separating these things, this would be an inline or a single payload, right? So a single payload, also known as an inline, and then we have the staged or stager type of a payload. So post modules will be useful on the final stage of the penetration test, which is post exploitation. So once you have exploited, once you're actually in and you have gotten your interactive shell, then what do, right? What are your post exploitation options, and what can you run? And that's where these things come in. And again, for Firefox, for Linux, for Windows, for Android, for Apple iOS, all of that stuff. So if you want to familiarize yourself with this, you can find them under the modules folder of Metasploit installation. For the attack box, these are under this specific path. So we will go check that out real quick, and then we will actually type MSF console and start a console, and then we'll be able to run the rest of the exercises from this room. So first, let's go into our opt Metasploit location. All right, so we are now here. I basically just changed directory into this location here. And if we run our ls command, we'll see that we have these various locations, right? So we have these various directories. And then if we just do the tree and then do auxiliary, for example, you can see that you have all of these things right here. And it actually also shows us everything that is inside of it. So the command that they're actually running here that only shows you the directories is tree dash capital L and then 1, and then we have that. So let's try that one more time, and then I'm just going to do the dash capital L and then 1. So let's do this, and in this case we will do a dash L and then we'll do 1, press enter. Tree, oh, I see. So tree space capital L, there we go, 1, and then auxiliary, there we go. Okay, there you go. Now you actually get to see just the directories instead of everything that is inside of the directories, because this version shows us everything that's literally inside of it. So vsploit, for example, there's exploit-init, malware, and then DNS, and then these are the actual Ruby files and so on and so forth. So a massive amount of stuff. There's a lot of stuff to play around with. There's a lot of stuff to learn and experiment with. And this is one of those tools that if you get good at Metasploit, you, for the most part, will be able to go toe-to-toe with anybody who is a pen tester. And if you want to go into ethical hacking or pen testing, and you just know what all the various exploits are, and you know where all the auxiliaries are, if you just know how to do all of that, and at the very least, if you've tried to use these things and you can kind of tell off the top of your head what's good and what isn't, then I'm telling you, you will stand out like heads and shoulders above anybody else that would even be trying to do that. So that is just my 2 cents on that whole thing. But I think everybody else also agrees with me that Metasploit is like one of the most powerful resources that are available. And if you were going to learn any one thing, if you were limited to learning one thing, I would probably say that Metasploit would be a really solid one for pen testing and exploitation. There's a lot of things that you can learn, right? There's a lot of different tools that you can kind of have in your tool belt. But if you were to be limited to one thing, and if Metasploit was that thing that you chose, I think you would be in really, really good shape. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to type MSF console, and then we're going to press enter, and it's going to take a couple of seconds for that to launch. And then from there, we're going to start the MSF console task. Okay, so the time that they created this room when they ran MSF console, this is what came up. And then when I did it right now, it's actually a duck or a goose, I guess, or something. I think it's a duck or maybe a goose. That's the new character that comes up. I believe there has been a lot of upgrades. So this is a V6 version 6.0. This is 6.4.38 in development. This has 2,048 exploits. This has 2,460. This had 562 payloads. This has 1,468 payloads, and then 7 evasion techniques and 9 evasion techniques. So the version that I have on my attack box is clearly much more powerful than the version that they are using to write the documentation for this. So once you go through this, essentially once you've typed MSF console and you press enter, your command line changes, and it changes into MSF6, and then if you had like the version 5 or something, it would be MSF5. So it goes from here, right? It goes from this, which is the normal command line, and then it turns into this MSF command line that we see over here. Once we do that, then we can see the command line changes. Obviously, the Metasploit console can be used just like a regular command line shell. As you can see below, the first command is ls, which lists the contents of the folder in which Metasploit was launched inside of the actual command line. So in my particular case, I was in my very, very basic user's home, which would have the documents and my desktop and all of that stuff. So if I run that here, if I do ls, it'll show that. And then we can run basic commands like, you know, cd into the desktop, and then we'll be able to do that. And if I run ls, now I'm inside the desktop and I can see the stuff that's on the desktop, and I can go back and then do print working directory, and it'll say that's where I am. And so for the most part, it can interact with your system the way that your normal command line would, right? So in a Linux environment, these are the commands that I could run to be able to interact with my file system and navigate back and forth, so on and so forth. So same thing applies here. I believe we can even run clear, and there you go. That also still works, and it still keeps me inside of my MSF command line. So that part is pretty useful. It's actually nice to be able to run it. There's a way that, so they did another example here where we have the ping command that they ran, and they ran it against this very basic public IP address. And so it's just generating the responses from the IP address, and then it says one packet was transmitted because they only asked one packet to be transmitted, and you just get the responses as such, as if you were just running a normal ping command. So it's very, very functional in the basics, and it's very functional in like advanced commands as well, because it has all of its modules and auxiliaries and payloads and so on and so forth. So it will support most Linux commands, including clear to clear the terminal screen, but will not allow you to use some features of a regular command line. So it does not support output redirection, for example. If you wanted to do help and then output it into a text file, this output portion of this won't work. The help command can be used on its own for a specific command. Below is the help menu for the set command. So you need to set something, and this is for most, if not all, of the tools or the modules that are available inside of MSF. You would need to set the target IP address, for example, or the listening host, or the target port, or a payload, for example. So depending on what it is that you're trying to set, you would need to use the command set to set it, right? So set the given option to a value, and then we'll do this a few times so you know what we're talking about here. But basically, you can get the help menu for any given command. And then we have the history option as well, that will allow you to see what all of the different commands were that were run inside of that session of Metasploit. An important feature of the console is to support of tab completion. It'll come in handy when you're trying to use commands or dealing with modules. For example, if you want to type, or if you start typing HE and then press the tab key, you'll see that it'll autocomplete to help. It's managed by context. This means that unless it's set as a global variable, all parameters settings will be lost if you change the module and you've decided to use. So in this example, we have used the MS17010 eternal blue, and we have set the parameters such as the rhost parameter. If we switch to another one,
for example, a port scanner, we would need to set the rhost value again because everything would be reset when you leave that module, basically. So if we look at this example below, so we are using the use, exploit, so on and so on and so forth, and then no payload has been configured, and then you exploit once you've actually done it, when you say use this, it changes your command line from what it was basically previously to now MSF6, and then now the exploit is included as a part of your command line, meaning that you're inside of that exploit now, and you're using Metasploit to interact with that exploit, and everything that you do from that moment on is going to be essentially limited to the limitations of this particular exploit. The module to be used can be selected with the use command followed by the number at the beginning of it. I'll show you a few examples of this. While the prompt has changed, you will notice that you can still run the commands previously mentioned. This means we did not enter a folder as you would typically expect in an operating system. So you could still run ls, right? The functionalities of this, I guess previously I misspoke. It doesn't limit you. I guess the dynamic has changed because now you have the functionalities of this exploit added to your command line, as well as the basic commands like ls and cd and things like that. So that is what I meant to say, is that once you have used an exploit and it's been added to your command line, now you have all of the functionalities that comes with this exploit, as well as all of the basic functionalities that are available as well. The prompt tells us now that we have a context set in which that we work. You can see this by typing the show options command, and it will do this as well. And when you do show options, so you're inside of this specific exploit, you do show options. It'll give you all of the options for this exploit, and then these are the series for the MS17 right here, where we have the rhost, rport, SMB domain, pass, user, verify arch, verify target. There are 4 things that are mandatory, so they're required options that you have to set. And verify arch and verify target typically come pre-configured to true, so the current setting is true, and they are mandatory, obviously. The rport and the rhost, in order for this to work, you would need to set both of them. And the rhost would be the target's host, also known as, I think it's called rhost as the receiving host. I think that's what that is. So rhosts would be the IP address or the domain name for the host, and then the rport would be the port number for that. And I believe this is also pre-configured. So when you actually go into the exploit for MS17, the default port for it is 445. So if you've done Nmap and you figured that they have configured their network to use a different port instead of the 445 port, you would come here and you would change that port because you've already done recon and you know that that service that you're targeting here is not on the default port. So then once you've done that, you also have the payload options that have the listening host, which is going to be your IP address, your attack box's IP address, or your personal machine's IP address, and then the listening port, which is usually 4444 or something like this. And in a lot of intrusion detection systems and a lot of SIM software, and even just by the education of security analysts, we've kind of determined that if we see something like 4444, that's probably Metasploit. So I would recommend getting into the habit of using a different listening port that's a random port that's not 4 consecutive numbers. 4444, 7777, 9999. Like these things, for the most part, it's like, oh, that kind of feels like somebody is using Metasploit to try to exploit us or scan us or whatever it is. So that's one of the things that I learned when I did a lot of defensive security exercises, where like as we were trying to investigate to see what was happening, the port number was the giveaway. And it's like, oh, I recognize that because like we went through all of the pen testing exercises and a lot of them had to do with Metasploits and all these different ports. And when we went through the defensive security stuff, I was like, oh, that's literally, it looks like somebody's doing what we were just doing in the pen testing stuff. So that's the key that I would say, find a port that's open on your system, that is a random port that nobody's going to notice, because it's not obviously Metasploit, right? So that's basically it. So Windows 7 and Server 2008 are the exploits that we're going to be targeting with this given exploit, which is the MS17 exploit for Eternal Blue. The options will vary depending on exploit that you use. So for example, we have the enum domain users, so to enumerate the domain users. And if we look at that, these are the only options that are required for that, compared to the list that we just saw right here for the Eternal Blue. We can see that this basically has 3 different options. One of them is required, which is the session. So the session to run this module on. And so you would need to background a session inside of MSF and then figure out what that session number is. And then you just, when you get into this particular post-exploitation, you see this, right? So this is a post-exploitation tool that we have here. So this is assuming that you've already completed your exploitation phase, and now you have that Meterpreter or some kind of reverse shell or something running, and then from there you have backgrounded that session and you have that still actively running, and then now you're inside of post-exploitation, which now allows you to enumerate those users for that given session that you've backgrounded. The show command can be used in any context followed by a module type, which is the auxiliary, payload, exploit, etc., to list available modules. The example below lists the payloads that can be used with the Eternal Blue. So we're inside of the Eternal Blue again. We're going to say show payloads, and it's going to show us the list of the payloads that are available for this. And it shows us the description of them as well and what can be done with them. I think it's actually a longer list for Eternal Blue. That's just kind of like the shortened version. And from the MSF prompt, the show command will list all of the module. So if we use it from the actual MSF console prompt right here, so you can do back and then you go back to it. And then from there, you can essentially do show to list all of the modules that are available. And then you can do show options, as we have seen, that are very identical to each other. So you can leave the context using the back command. So this would be a context that we're in. We can press back, type back, and then it would take us back to our basic command line. You can gather information about any module by doing the info command within that module's context. And essentially Eternal Blue is where we would be, and then info would give us everything from the name of it, the module, the platform that it runs on. Is it a privileged? Yes, it is. Meaning it is a privileged exploit. It helps you gain, or it requires privileges. And then we have the disclosed date on it, the person that created it, the available targets, Windows 7 and Server 2008, check supported, yes, these are the options. So without needing to go into the exploit itself, you could literally just do the options themselves, or do info, and then it'll show you what all of the options are that you can set, and then there's a long description of it, the references, so on and so forth. So there's a lot of stuff that you can get from the info command. And then you can use the info command followed by the module's path from the MSF console without actually getting into the context. So you don't have to get into it to be able to get all of the info. You could just do info and then give it the name, and it'll still be able to get you that information. It is not a help menu. It'll just display detailed information on it, like the author, relevant sources, so on and so forth. And then you can search for things. So you could do search and then do MSF or MS17. You could do search and then you could give a common vulnerability ID. You could do search and then you could do Apple iOS, right? You could essentially add anything after search and it will bring you a bunch of stuff. So in this particular case, MS17.010.010 is pretty specific, so it's a handful of stuff that comes up. But for the most part, there's a lot of stuff that can come up when you do a search command if you don't do anything very specific. So It'll give you an overview of each return module. You may notice the name column already gives more information. You can see the type of module, auxiliary exploit, the category of the module, scanner, admin, Windows, Unix. You can also use any module returned in a search result with the command followed by the number. So instead of saying use auxiliary da 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 da, you could just say use 0 because that is the number that's been assigned to it. And then I'm gonna run a bunch of these exercises with you. I'm just going through all these things. There's something in the ranking column that's important to understand. So when something has been ranked based on their reliability, it tells you whether or not you can rest assured that this will work if you run it. So if it has a manual ranking or a low ranking or an average ranking, it's probably not usable, or it's not stable or reliable. If it has a good or great ranking, it's pretty solid. If it has an excellent ranking, I mean, you will never crash, right? The exploit will never crash the service. This is the case for SQL injection, CMD execution, remote file inclusion, all of that stuff. Like all of that is pretty solid if it's getting an excellent ranking. You can direct the search function using keywords like the type and platform. If we wanted to search results only for auxiliary modules, we could set the type to auxiliary. So search type auxiliary and then telnet. So it will only show you auxiliary types that have to do with telnet. And then that's pretty much it. So please remember that exploits take advantage of vulnerability on the target system and may always show unexpected behavior. And that's pretty much it for this. I just realized that I didn't answer the questions that we had in the last task that we were just at. So sorry that I'm going backwards. I feel like this is the only time that I've actually done this. So let's go look at these questions here. So it says, what is the name of the code taking advantage of a flaw on a target system? That is an exploit. What is the name of the code that runs on the target system? That would be a payload. What are self-contained payloads called? These are singles. So we just talked about them right here. So singles are self-contained payloads. And then we have is Windows pingback reverse TCP among singles or staged payloads. And Windows x64 payback is among the singles. So right here, we see this right here, right? So if we see it, it's based on the underscores right here. So is it singles or staged? And we gathered that if it's separated by the underscore between the shell and that would be an inline or a single payload. If it's separated by the /, it is a staged payload. So that's what we have for those questions. Again, sorry that I didn't answer them right away as we were there. So now let us look at these questions that we have at the bottom right here. So it says, how would you search for a module related to Apache? So let's just do that. We'll just type search, and then we would do Apache and press enter. And it'll bring 318 freaking modules that have to do with Apache in some capacity. And you can see this one is ranked excellent. This is average. This is normal. This is probably easier if we actually open this up in full screen so you can really see the full breakdown of these things, because they go into multiple lines. So if man, that doesn't help that much either. So it's not that great of a difference. So we'll just do it like that. But yeah, that's how you do search of anything, right? If you're trying to find anything that has to do with anything, you just do search, and then you go into that. And then if I wanted to use one of these, I could just be like use 315, right? Press enter, and now it's been configured. And now I'm using option 315, which is the Unix web app PHP mailer. That's where we're at right here. And if I wanted to go back, I just type back, and I'm now back in this thing. I can clear my screen, and I can do search for what can we do? Let's do Linux. Press enter. It'll bring me 2,462 options, right? That's pretty crazy. That's a lot. Search for Windows. Let's see how many that comes up with that. 5,191. That's pretty insane when you think about it. But I mean, it's understandable because there are way more Windows operating systems across the world in enterprise environments because they're easier to work. You know, they have a GUI and they've been designed for enterprise environments. So yeah, most like I think like 80% of all workstations in the professional realm are Windows because of the Active Directory and the way that management of those things can be done. So yeah, essentially search and then just fill in the blank, and then you'll be able to find whatever that you want. So if I could do Eternal Blue, for example, in this particular case, we only have 29, right? So Eternal Blue, and then it basically gives us the SMB MS17 010, MS17 010, but these all have to do with that Eternal Blue vulnerability, and so this will allow the person to do a variety of things. So Eternal Blue just by itself is the remote Windows kernel corruption. This one has to do with the PS exec option. This one has to do with the command line probably. This has to do with the server message block and so on and so forth. But they all have to do with the version of Windows that has that Eternal Blue vulnerability on it, right? So that is how we run some search commands. And so if we wanted to do it for Apache, it would be search Apache, right? So who provided the auxiliary scanner SSH login module, which means we need the info for that. So if we do search SSH login module, I think, is that what it was? No, what is it? SSH login, that's basically it. So search SSH login. I think there's only 2 of them. And then so we want the info for 0, which is that first one. And so there we go. So now we need all the information of this thing, and it says who provided it, and it's provided by Todd B, TODB, and that is the person that is the provider. So there we go. We were able to do some good research on that. So we were able to search. We did some searching. We were able to search for Eternal Blue or MS17. We have looked at the various options to be able to work with it. So let's run that a few times as well, just so you can kind of see what that's going to look like if you actually had chosen any of these things. So I have, let's clear this one more time, and I'll do search for SSH login, and then we have these options. I'll do use 0, and it will then use that auxiliary scanner. And now we're going to do show options, and it's going to show us all of the options that have to do with this SSH login. And you can see that there's a good amount of them that are required, and there's for the most part they've all been filled in. This one has not been filled in, which is the R host, which is going to be our receiving host, the target host. But all of the other ones seem to have already been set. So I would say I haven't used this one before. It is for secure shell login. So I mean, I guess this could be something that is fairly useful to us. I did not see what it was ranked at. So let's go back and let's do search SSH login one more time. And then let's see. Oh, they're both ranked normal. So they're not really the best rankings. Maybe that's why I never used them before. I don't know. Who knows? We'll see. But yeah, that's how you run show options for something, and that's how you look at the options. And then if you wanted to see payloads, you would just do show payloads and everything that we've discussed so far. So it is fairly intuitive. It's fairly easy to kind of wrap your head around it. And then if I type in history here, we can see everything that I've typed so far inside of my session, which is a lot. I have worked with a few different things here. Oh no, these aren't even in my session, because these are, look at that. So this is, so let's see, the Nostromo code execution, lhost, rport. Somebody used this exploit previously, so maybe it's on the attack box IP address that was generated for that I am now using, that they ran this. And so these are all of the options that exist, or all of the commands that that person had ran. Icecast header, web delivery. That's cool. So to see commands you have typed earlier, but you know, you've been with me the entire time that I've been recording this, And this is also the entire time that I've been live on this particular attack box, which is this attack box right here. So on this particular IP address, somebody was running a bunch of different exploits. So that's interesting to see. But I believe that's pretty much it. That's like the gist of how we can interact with MSF console and find modules and find payloads, so on and so forth. So from now, we can move on to working with these various modules. All right, as we have already covered, you can use the use command with the name of the module or the number attached to that specific module to be able to use that module. And then once you're there, you can use the show options command to see the list of the required parameters, and then you would set those various parameters. This is the normal command line, so you can't run Metasploit commands here. It only works when you're inside of the Metasploit command line, the MSF console command line. And then when you're in the context of any given exploit, this is what it looks like, or auxiliary or payload or post, any of those things. When you're inside of the context of that, it changes your command line. And then essentially this forward arrow, not, what is that, like a greater than symbol, that ends up being on the right side of the actual exploit name, so you know that this full thing is your actual command line. And you've already seen me do that a few times, so you know what that actually looks like. And then we have the Meterpreter prompt, which is an important payload that we will see later in this module. And this means a Meterpreter agent was loaded on the target system and connected back to you. And you can use specific commands on that here. And Meterpreter is essentially like a shell. If you get a shell on the target system, then you actually get your command line that changes into the command line of your target system. So Meterpreter is like a shell, but there is also the actual shell that you would get on your target system as well. And then you can run show options, as we've already talked about, to get the options of your specific module or exploit that you're going to be using. Some of these parameters require a value for this to work. Some required parameter values will be pre-populated. Make sure you check if these should remain the same for your target. For example, a web exploit could have an R port, the port on the target system. We'll try to connect and run the exploit. The value preset to 80, but your target web application could be on 8080. So you need to verify where they are housing their web application. So in this example, we set the rhost parameter to the IP address of the target, which using the set command. So that's what it looks like. You do set rhost, and then you actually give it the target of the, or the IP of the target, which is actually very different from the one that they gave me. So that's not the one that we are probably going to be using. So where were we at right here? We're right here. And then so you set that, and then you can again do show options, and then you'll see that your rhost has been changed. So if we actually look at it right here, I don't know why it's not zooming fully. There we go. So the first time that we ran show options, there was no rhost value, right? So no current setting over here. And then the next time that we ran it, because we have already set the rhost, we can see that that has actually been changed. And now all of the required fields have been populated. So you're pretty much good to run this thing, right? And then from here, once you've set it, you can use the show options to check the value that were set correctly. Parameters, you will often use the rhost, which is the remote host. There we go, remote host, not receiving host. The IP address of the target system, a single IP address or a network range can be set. This will support the classless interdomain routing notation, which could be this. So for example, we did this in the networking basics, so you should know what that means when you do a /24 or 16 at the end of an IP address, and essentially what part of the subnet you're designating when you do that. Or a network range, so if you do 10.10.10.x and then, you know, dash 10.10.10.y, then you're taking from this range to this range, basically. You can also use a file where the targets are listed, and there needs to be one target per line using this specific file. So let me see if we can open this up a little bit. So we have our print working directory. So they have inside of that, they have the targets.txt file right here. And the targets.txt file has all of these targets in it. And then so they set their host file to the working directory targets.txt. So inside of the root desktop, there was a target.txt file, and then they set their our hosts to that file. And then when you do show options and you come over here, let's go find our host. There we go. Our host is now the file that is on our desktop, right? So where were we? We were over here. Okay, very good. And then our port would be the remote port, the port on a target system where the vulnerable application is running. Payload would be the payload that you want to use to exploit. Lhost would be your local host. Lport would be your local port. And this is the data of your attack box or Kali Linux machine. And then the port that you will use for the reverse shell to connect back to. And just to make it a little bit less conspicuous, I would use something that's not 4444 or something like that. Like try to find something that's kind of like a jumbled up port number. This is the port of the attacking machine. You can use it, you can set it to any port not used by any other application. Each connection established to the target system using Metasploit will have a session ID. You will use this with post-exploitation modules that will connect to the target system using an existing connection. And you can overwrite any set parameter using the set command again with a different value. So you can basically reset things. You can also clear it by doing unset to clear all the parameters, or unset all would be to clear all the parameters, but then unset would be for any specific one. So if you did unset our hosts, it would unset that specific one. If you did unset all, it will unset everything. And then you can do show options to just verify that everything has been unset again. And then we can do the set G command to set values that will be used for all modules. So set G command is used like the set command. The difference is that if you use set to set a value and you switch to another module, you will need to set the value again. When you do set G, it allows you to set the value so that it can be used by default across all of your different modules. So for example, your R host, your remote host, not your, let's say your listening host, your local host. For the most part, you're going to probably have the same IP address because it's the IP address of your machine that's going to be as your local host. So that you could do set G for, so you don't have to reset it every single time you switch back and forth between these modules. You can then clear any value with doing unset G. And the example would be this. So MS17 Eternal Blue, we set our host using set G instead of the set command. We use back, and then we use an auxiliary module this time around. And then show options shows that the R host parameter is already populated with the IP address of your system. So we see that we're using this, and then it's changed to this, and then we set G the host to 165.39, and this is what the success of that would be. So if you actually, if it does it for you successfully, it shows you that. And then we type back to get out of it, and then we use another one, and then it's changed to this new context. And if we do show options, we can see that the R host is still set as 165.39. So that is what the set G does. That's what the power of it is. So it sets a global value. So set G for set global. That will be used until you exit Metasploit or clear it using the unset G command. Using module. So once all module parameters are set, you can launch the module using the exploit command. Metasploit also supports the run command, which is an alias created for exploit command, as the word exploit did not make sense when using modules that were not exploits. So port scanners, exploit vulnerability, So instead of, we typically were able to use exploit before, but now we just use run to essentially run everything. Whatever, once we've set all of the options that we need to set and we're ready to actually run it, we just do run as the final command instead of doing exploit, because if it's not an exploit, if it's an auxiliary, or like they said, or a port scanner or something, at that point, it's like, okay, well, it doesn't make sense to use exploit anymore. So anyways, the exploit command can be used without any parameters or using the -z parameter. The exploit -z command will run the exploit and background the session as soon as it opens. So this is what it means to background something, so that you can go and essentially use a like a post-exploitation technique to come and reference this specific backgrounded session that you have for this one right here. So exploit is done, right? So you do this and you do exploit-z, starts to reverse TCP handler, connecting to the target, target da 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 da, sending okay, sending okay, all right, session 2 created. So Meterpreter session was opened, meaning that it's actually completed the exploit, override complete successfully. So all of that is done, and now session 2 has been created in the background. So now you actually have your session in the background. So if you want to see where they are, you can use the background command to check the session prompt and then go back to the MSF console. So if we we can also do the background command to background the session. So let's say you're actually actively in the Meterpreter session, you would do background, which is the equivalent of doing the -z at the very beginning, except now you're just doing background, and then it backgrounds the command from where you are, and it ends up with your being inside of your sessions that have been listed for you. Alternatively, Control-Z can be used also to background sessions, and then the sessions command can be used from the console prompt or any other context to see what your existing sessions are. So you can do that, and then it'll show you. So the first one is this one, and I mean, it looks like they're both exactly the same. But that's basically it, right? Like you do sessions, and they're doing it in the context of Eternal Blue still here, so they're not inside the main command line here. They just ran sessions, and they were able to pull it up. And then you can see that they have 2 sessions that are going right here, and then they do back, and then they're now in the main command line, and then they did sessions, and again, still they'll be able to see both of the sessions. So if you want to interact with them, you can use the I option, so the -I option for interact. So these are your sessions. You would do -I2, and then now you're starting interacting with the Meterpreter session right here, and then it changes the command line back from MSF6, and it's going to the Meterpreter because you're now back inside of this Meterpreter shell that's over here. So that was the gist of the back and forth conversation that we have with our tools here, our options here. So I'm going to answer these questions, and then I'm going to try to actually run an Eternal Blue exploit for this one machine that we have. So let's see. All right, how would you set the L port, local port value to 6666? We would do set L port 6666. How would you set the global value for our host to that? We would do set G, right? Set global our host, and then just give it the IP address. What command would you use to set a payload? Or to clear a set payload, and that would be the unset and then the payload itself. And then what command do you use to proceed with the exploitation phase? And that would be exploit. You can also use run, and that's basically it. And then we have the summary at the end of this. But before we do that, I want to actually try and do some research against this IP address that we've been given right here. It's the Metasploit R1, and I want to see what that is, and if there's a way that we can actually use the Eternal Blue exploit to exploit it. So let's see if we can do anything with it. Okay, so the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to run an nmap scan, and I'm going to run it against our IP address, our target IP address, because I'm trying to see what is available over here. And I'll give it a couple of minutes, and then I'll come back to it, and then we'll see. Oh, there you go. That was very quick. Okay, so we have a bunch of ports open here. So Microsoft DS right here, which is on port 445, which is the port that was the default port for our Eternal Blue right here. So let me see what else we can do. I feel like, let's see if we do nmap, and then we do -SV for version, and I can even do -O to get the operating system and all that. And I'll do -P for the port, and then I want port 445 because that's the one that I presume is the one that we would be targeting. And then we're going to do the 10.10.209.144. We're going to run that, and let's see what data we can get for that port. All right, cool. This is a lot of data. So it is 445 Microsoft DS, Microsoft Windows 7 to 10 Microsoft DS, work group, MAC address. OS may be unreliable, whatever. And what else do we got? I think that's pretty much it for the most part. And so this was Microsoft Windows 7, and it was one of the ones that was listed as the exploits for Eternal Blue, right? So, and by the way, remember, I literally did all of this. I'm still inside of the MSF command line, so I was able to run nmap inside of the MSF command line. So very, very useful. So now what we want to do, I'm going to search for Eternal Blue. Oh, let me do this. And then we have these things right here, and I think the main one is this big one right here at the top. So the exploit Windows SMB MS17, da 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 da. Rank is average, rank is normal, rank is great for this one, SMB double pulsar. Let's see which one they used inside of our exercises that we have over here. So they're using the SMB MS17 Eternal Blue, like I think it's like the regular one, the basic one. And let's see the info that we have here, because it does show us what it does. Yeah, Windows 7. So it does apply to Windows 7. So I think that's the one. I believe that is the one that we're going to end up using. So I am excited about that one. I do believe it is the average one. So it doesn't seem to be like high in reliability. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see how well this is going to actually execute against the target machine that we have over here. But I think for the most part, I think it's going to be good. I think we should be able to actually run it and establish some kind of a Meterpreter session or something like that. So let's, oops, I forgot. So let me do search one more time, and then I'll do Eternal Blue, and then we'll do use 0, because it's the very first one, right? So let's go up. Yeah, use 0. And that is the one. So we're going to press enter on that, and then it's now set it for that. So now we're going to do, I wonder if you could see this. So I'm going to kind of shrink this so I can zoom in a little bit better for you here. So there we go. That should be a little bit easier. Now we're going to do show options. And so these are the options. So at the very, very top here, we have our hosts that we have to set. So we're going to do set our hosts. And then it's going to be, let me see if I still can paste it. Whoops, that's not the one. So I gotta go find that host again, which is this guy. So let's just type that in manually. Okay, very good. So we have set our host already set for us. And then we have the set our port that we don't need to do because it's already on 445 and that's already been established. And then the L host is 10.10.132.253. And I don't think that's my actual attack box, is it? Oh, it is. 10.10.132.253. Okay, so that's good. So that's all good. And that's my listening port. And that's all good. For the most part, I think we're okay. So let's just run. Press enter. Let's see if this works. Look at that. That worked like a charm on the first try and everything. So we now have a Meterpreter session that is available here, which means this actually worked the way that we wanted it to work. So I wonder what I do, like ls or something. I wonder what I can do here. It doesn't seem like ls is working. Oh no, it did work. Oh my god, there's a bunch of stuff. Holy cow. Okay, so ls definitely worked. I didn't realize that. I forgot that it was a Windows machine because we're doing a Windows machine. So technically, ls should not work, but interestingly enough, it does. I think this is giving me ls of my own machine. This doesn't make sense. It's so weird. Okay, so let me see. Let's see. Let's do cd usage cd directory. Okay, so print working directory. Okay, so it is on the actual system that we're in. So it's Windows System 32. That's exactly where we are. So let's do cd, and then we'll go to the main location here, and we'll do print working directory. And operation failed. Could not open the file specified. Why not? cd ... print working directory. Okay, very good. cd ... print working directory. Okay, there we go. Now show me what's in here. Okay, very good. So here we go. So we have all of these things. We have a flag1.txt. That's interesting. So let me see. I wonder if I can do cat, because technically, whoops, that's not. Operation failed. The system cannot find the files. But okay, so I guess you can actually use cat. That's very useful, honestly, because we're technically access the machine. There we go. That's, I mean, I don't know if that's part of what we're supposed to be doing, but there's our flag. So I'm kind of like jumping ahead of the game here. But basically, now you see that we got this shell into this target Windows machine, and we were able to get our flag. And let's see if we can actually go inside of the users directory here, and let's see what kind of users we have. We have all users, John, public, desktop, so on and so forth. So you can see, right? You can see that this is actually working, and I was able to get what I wanted. So now I can do a background to just background my Meterpreter session, and now you can see that that's been over there. So I can do sessions, and I can see that there is my Meterpreter session, and I can do sessions, and I can do interact with one, and it will take me back inside of my Meterpreter session. I believe exit would get me out of that. There we go. So we've officially closed our Meterpreter session, and I can go back and get out of my exploit, and then I can do exit, and I can get out of MSF console, and now I am back in my regular computer in my attack box here, as you can see by the command line. So very, very cool tool, very fun tool. And hopefully you've been actually typing around and kind of clicking around the way that I have been, because this is, again, a free room that you have access to, and you can use all of the stuff that we just did to mess around with Metasploit. So I hope you really did do that. And this is worthy enough for you to install on your own Kali Linux, because Metasploit is a very, very powerful tool for exploitation and pen testing and all that jazz. So that was it. So let's do our quick summary. We're going to do a couple of review stuff, and I'm going to give you some last minute notes, and then we will dismiss you. Okay, so in summary, we have discovered that Metasploit is a very powerful tool. It facilitates exploitation. You can find an exploit, customize the exploit the vulnerable service, do a bunch of different things. You can even do reconnaissance, as you saw me do with Nmap, and you could do a lot with Metasploit. Okay, this is not something that I could simply just sit here and be like, yeah, these are the handful of things that you can do with this. Like, there's a lot that you can do with Metasploit, and we're gonna go through a few more videos to really demonstrate what that actually means and how powerful this tool can be. So it provides many modules that you can use for each step of exploitation, and if you also had used the MS-17 Eternal Blue to gain access to the target machine, it would be best if you did that, and we did do that. They didn't tell us to do that, but we definitely did do that. And you saw me do that, and it was very easy to do. That's kind of how crazy it is. So if you find something that's a Windows 7 machine, it's more likely susceptible to the Eternal Blue exploit, and you don't even need to know anything about coding or any of that stuff. You just need to know how to customize Metasploit and run the exploit. That is, like, it's really scary to think about, but that's basically it. So in the following rooms, we're going to be talking about Metasploit and its components and the various capabilities that we have. So very, very exciting stuff for this one. If you found this video useful, I would encourage you to go ahead and like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out, especially in the CySec101 series that we're on right now. And drop a comment. Just let me know what you thought. If you have any questions, as we do progress further into the CySec101 stuff, I do imagine, and I'm going to kind of foreshadow that there's going to be more questions that are going to come up, because for the most part, everything so far has been fairly easily to wrap your head around. And as we get a little bit more advanced, I feel like there might be questions that come up. So just drop your questions. I will respond to your questions. If you have any comments, I'll respond to your comments. I'm pretty active in the comment section. And then if you have really big questions, then I respond with video, and I create videos and respond to people's questions. And then, of course, as always, I gotta shout out Darnell Knight, because this entire playlist was a response to Darnell's comment. And I hope he's watching too, because like we're deep into this playlist. I think we're like easily over 25 videos, or no, yeah, probably. I think we're like over 25 episodes, and then there's the compilations as well. So it's probably now closer to like 30 actual uploads that have happened for this specific playlist. But that's what happens when you drop a comment, right? So drop a comment, say hi, do whatever you want to do, like, subscribe, share, turn on that notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out. And of course, drop a comment, even if you just want to say thanks. And another way to say thanks would be to support this channel by joining Hackaholics Anonymous, the premier community for security professionals and hackers. We have 4 tiers: the Cyber Supporter, Agent, Guardian, and Master, and each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content, but the Agent, Guardian, and Master levels get exclusive content, exclusive downloads, monthly Python automations, live streams with me every single month, plus so much more. And you can join by simply clicking the link in the description below. You can go to our homepage and click the join button there, or you can go to youtube.com/@HankHacksHackers/join, and you'll be able to join Hackaholics Anonymous. I hope I see you in the Discord chats. If not, I hope I see you in the comment section below, and very much so, I hope I see you in the next video. It's your boy Hank Hackerson at Hank Hacks Hackers, your favorite network and system attacker / protector. Love, peace, and chicken grease. If no one else loves you, Hank loves you, and I will see you in the next video. Sorry if my voice was kind of a little bit messed up. I'm literally coming off of being sick for like 4 days. It was hellacious, and I'm kind of back into the recording flow, and I just wanted to make sure that I took care of you guys. So I'm doing this even though my voice is a little raw and I coughed a few times. I tried to cut it out. Hopefully it won't be as obvious after the edit is done. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Thanks for being here. Love you guys. I will see you in the next one. Later. In this episode of the CySec101 training series, we're going to go through the Metasploit exploitation room. So we're gradually just going to get more and more advanced with Metasploit through the next few videos. And this is a part of the Exploitation Basics module that is a part of the Cybersecurity 101 pathway of TryHackMe. And in the last 2 videos, we did the Moniker Link introduction, as well as the Metasploit introduction by itself, just so we can understand what the interaction with Metasploit is going to look like. And today we're going to do some actual exploitations, and then there are several machines that we are going to exploit today. So you see these green buttons right here. These represent various target machines that we're going to be exploiting today. So it's going to be a fun one. It's going to be a really good room, and we're going to get a chance to try out some really nifty little things with Metasploit. As always, there's going to be the intro, there's scanning techniques, Metasploit database, the vulnerability scanning, exploitation, MSF Venom, which helps you to create payloads, which is a very, very powerful little feature of Metasploit. And of course, there's the summary and the finishing thoughts and your last notes before you are dismissed for the day. So I'm excited about this video. As always, I love anything that has to do with exploitation and pen testing, so this is going to be a fun one, and I think you're going to get a lot out of it too. If you'd like to support this channel, consider joining Hackaholics Anonymous, the premier community for security professionals and hackers. We have 4 tiers: the Supporter, Agent, Guardian, and Master, and each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content, but the Agent, Guardian, and Master levels get exclusive content, exclusive downloads, monthly Python automations, live streams with me every single month, plus so much more. And you can join by simply clicking the link in the description below, or you can go to our homepage and click the join button there, or you can go to youtube.com/@HankHacksHackers/join, and you'll be able to join Hackaholics Anonymous. Now, without further ado, let's jump into the Metasploit exploitation room. In this room, we're going to learn how to use Metasploit for vulnerability scanning and exploitation. We also cover how the database feature makes it easier to manage pen testing engagements with a broader scope. We're also going to look at generating payloads with MSF Venom and how to start a Meterpreter session on most target platforms. And we actually kind of did that in the last video. It wasn't really a requirement, but I just went down the rabbit hole and we were able to do it. So you should see, this would technically, if you haven't seen any of the other Metasploit videos, this would be your second time seeing how it's like to get a Meterpreter session. We're going to learn how to scan target systems using Metasploit, how to use the Metasploit database feature, how to use Metasploit to conduct a vulnerability scan, how to use Metasploit to exploit vulnerable services on a target system, and how MSF Venom can be used to create payloads and obtain a Meterpreter session on the target system. For all the questions that require a word list, we have this specific word list that's been installed on our attack box. But if you have membership to TryHackMe, you can also just download it. And then I feel like you can pretty much just kind of like you find GitHub or some kind of link online where you'd be able to download the text file that has the Metasploit word list as well. So it shouldn't be hard to be able to track that down if you're just going to use your own Kali Linux box or something like that to run these exercises. Please download the word list by clicking the download task files if you're going to use your own machine, or just find it online. And that's pretty much it. And we're going to just do MSF console to make sure everything is up and running. And then we're going to start the very first exercise with scanning. All right, so this is what it looks like when you actually run MSF console and you start it up. This actually says Metasploit. The last one, it was a picture of a duck that we had over here. We have version 6.4.38 with 2,460 exploits, 1,468 payloads, and 9 evasion techniques that are in here. And that's basically it. That's all it looks like when you actually start this whole thing. I can always type clear to clear the screen, and then my command line is going to just show MSF6 because it is already in there and we are ready to run and gun. So the very first exercise that we have here is under scanning, and we can do a variety of scanning techniques. You can use Nmap with Metasploit if you wanted to. There is port scanning. There's a specific port scanner or a variety of different port scanners that are available over here, and these are all under the auxiliary module or modules of Metasploit. And so you basically search for it, right? So search for port scan, and then it shows you what the various port scan elements are. And then from here, you could just choose one, right? So this one, they did scanner, port scan, TCP, which is, I want to say it's this one. So you could just do use number 5, or just use that whole thing and type that whole path out. And then it'll change your command line into this, and then show the options. And then concurrencies, the number of targets that can be scanned simultaneously. The ports would be the port range to be scanned. 1 to 1000 will not be the same as using Nmap with the default configuration, because Nmap scans the most 1000 used ports, while this is actually scanning port 1 to port 1000. And then our host would be your remote host, the target host that you want to be scanning. And then the number of threads that will be used simultaneously is represented by the word threads. And if you ran Nmap directly, this is what it would look like. As you probably already know what Nmap looks like, it shows us what these open ports are and the various services that are attached to them. And then we have the UDP service identification scanner as well, where you would just choose that and then run it. And I mean, there are so many options that are available with Metasploit. So there's, of course, the SMB scan, the server message block scan, which you would just choose that and then run that. And there's just a variety of other scans that are available. So when performing service scans, it would be important not to omit more exotic services like NetBIOS. NetBIOS, which is the Network Basic Input-Output System, similar to SMB, allows computers to communicate over the network to share files or send files to printers. NetBIOS name of the target system can give you an idea about its role and even importance. So, for example, DevOps, sales, or something like that. That would be typically the name of it. So you may also run across some shared files and folders that could be accessed either without a password or protected with a simple password like admin or administrator or root or tor, something like that, like the basic default passwords. And then Metasploit has many modules that can help you have a better understanding of the target system and possibly help you find vulnerabilities. It's always worth performing a quick search to see if there are any modules that could be helpful based on your target system. So that's basically it. Like, we just got an example of a few different scans, and now we are trying to see what the answers to these questions are over here. So first, we want to see how many ports are open on the target system. And of course, there's a variety of different ways that we could actually do this. So I will do, for example, search port scan as they did on the very first exercise. And then we will use the TCP port scan. So what do I have? It's number 5. So I'll do use 5, and then it'll change my command line into it. So you see, change it to scanner port scan TCP. And then now I need to see what options I have to customize for this in order for this to actually run. So we will do show options, and it's going to show us our required options. And most of these things have already been filled. The only thing that's not filled is the R host, which is the target that I need to scan. So for that, I'm just going to do set our hosts, and then I'm going to type in 10.10.165.158 because that's the R host, the target host that I've been given for this specific task in this exercise. And that's it. We're pretty much done. So what we can do now is we could just do run, press enter, and it'll start running. And then it starts giving us all of our open ports live as it's doing its scanning. So right now there's 4 open ports, and then there you go, that's 5. I'm gonna wait until this finishes. Oh, there we go. So it finished. So we have 5 open ports, and that would be probably I think that is actually the answer is 5. So let's see. Yeah, it is 5 right here. So 5 would be the number of open ports. And then what we can do is we can even do an nmap scan real quick. So if I do SS and then just do the same thing where I just run the IP address against it, I don't have to do any configuration, right? It's because it's literally just using nmap. So I'm not using any specific type of auxiliary. And notice how I was even able to run nmap while I was technically in the context of this auxiliary. And it still worked for me, and it still gave me the options over here. So we're all good here. But the very different or the extra information that I was able to get with nmap that was not available with our TCP scanner is that it's actually telling me, you know, this is the FTP port, this is secure shell, this is the NetBIOS port that we have, this is Microsoft DS, and then this is our HTTP or web server, something like that. So we actually get some good information about the services that we have. And the next question that we have is here is use the relevant scanner. What NetBIOS name can you see? So we need to use our NetBIOS scanner and to be able to use our relevant little name. So let me see which one the NetBIOS scanner. Is there one over here? I don't think there is, but let's see if they give us one. If not, I just have to search for it. Yep, so there is no NetBIOS scanner that they have actually like given us or displayed in the examples here. So we are going to go back from what we have here. I'm going to search for NetBIOS, and then let's see what I can get over here. So I have an auxiliary scanner, spoof, server, admin. There are 2 scanners. One of them is auxiliary scanner, NTLM info enumeration. This one is auxiliary scanner, NetBIOS. And so I'm just going to rely on that one. So we'll do use number 2, which is our NetBIOS NB name, which is probably what we actually want anyways. So then we're going to do show options to see what options we need to set, which is everything's been set for us. The R port, I think, was it 137 on the scan that I totally forgot. Okay, let's do nmap one more time to see. I think it was 137. I'm not sure. I can't remember. But let's see. 10.165.158, and it is 139 is the port for NetBIOS over here. It's not 137. So what I need to do is I need to change it. First, I'm just going to do set our hosts while I have the IP address on the screen here. And there we go. And then set our port is going to be 139. And if we do show options now, everything should be set. And indeed it is. So let's run it and let's see if we can get that name. Okay, so it's completed, but it's not giving me any of the information that I need, and I wonder why that is. So I will do I'm gonna do an SV, and I'm going to do an O, and actually I can probably just do A. Like, so if you do nmap dash capital A, it'll give you everything, and I'm gonna do it on the port 139, which is our NetBIOS port. And then I'm going to do the IP address here. And let's see what we can get if we'll actually get the name that we want. Because, I mean, it completed here. It did say that it's complete. It didn't give me any kind of error messages. So it just didn't output any information for me onto the screen, which is kind of against the purpose of the whole thing. Okay, so this is what we get. So this is all of the information that can be gathered from our beautiful nmap tool that we have over here. And if we go all the way at the top, we can get to see everything that is pulled for us. And from here, we can try to see if we can find the name of our given NetBIOS machine. And unfortunately, that did not yield any results as well. But the hint that we have over here on this question is telling us to actually use this specific auxiliary that we're in, the NetBIOS NB name. And so I'm gonna run it one more time as is, and then if not, I'm gonna change it back to its default port that it had, the 137 port, and then we'll see if that ends up yielding any kind of results for us. If it hopefully one or the other does, and because that's literally what the hint was that they gave us. And at some point when I did this room, it worked because I have the answer. So that's the piece where I'm like, okay, well, it has to work because it's worked before. So we're now going to go back to show options because that time did not yield any results for us either. So we're going to do set our port, and then we're going to put it back to 137, which was the default, and then we're going to run it one more time, and let's see if it works based on the default port that it was configured for. Yeah, okay, very good. It worked based on the default port. So even though when I ran Nmap, it said that the NetBIOS was on 139, the specific port right here, and I guess it's very important because it is looking for a UDP target port, even though we didn't have port 137 open when we ran Nmap. We only had 139. Let me see if I can go back to be able to find it right here. Yeah. So this is what we had over here. We didn't have 137 open. We only had 139, which is a TCP port that was open. And it's looking at 137 as the default port that's been configured. And it actually shows us right here. So OS Unix name, Acme IT support. And basically that's it. And that's the answer, Acme IT support. So what is running on port 8000? We already got that information as well. And that was on our Nmap output that we had. It was an HTTP, but we do want the extra information about it because I don't think that was actually giving it to us previously. Yeah, it just says HTTP-alt. So we want to see what is running on port 8000. So what we're going to do is we're going to do a very similar scan that we did for port 139, except this time we're just going to do it for port 8000. So very, very simple. Let me clear this screen right here, and I'm going to just leave my auxiliary that I'm in. And then from there, we are going to do nmap, and it's going to be dash capital A, and then it's going to be dash P for port, and then we're going to do port 8000, and then it's going to be on the IP address 10.10.165.158. And it's going to take a couple of seconds, and then hopefully it'll give us what is actually running on port 8000. And the hint says, oh, use HTTP version module. So I'm not even supposed to be using Nmap. I just default to Nmap. So I guess if I don't get it from Nmap, I'm just going to do HTTP version. It actually did give it to me right here, though. So HTTP server WebFS 1.021. That is actually the answer that we have over here. But let's do the HTTP version module as well. So let's do search HTTP HTTP version, and let's find that module real quick. And there's only one, so we're just gonna do use 0. And that's what that looks like. So when you search for something and there's only one option, you just do use 0, and it's not going to turn it into that. And then let's do show options. And these are all the options that we have. So the only requirements, of course, are our hosts and the port and the threads. And most of these things have been configured for us. In this particular case, what we're looking for is the port 8000 because it's not port 80. So first and foremost, let me just change the IP address to this thing. Let's see, it's going to be set our hosts and 10.10.165.158. Okay, there's our hosts, and then we need to now set. I'm gonna run it just by itself, just in case it works on the default for whatever reason. but I feel like I need to change the port to port 8000 because that was the port that was open for our web server. Yeah, so nothing happened here. So what we're going to do is set our port and set that to 8000. And that should actually work now. And it did. Look at that. So WebFS 1.21. And that is indeed the answer that we're looking for. So perfect. And our final question here, it says, what is the Penny user's SMB password? Use the word list that's mentioned in the previous task. And it says, use the SMB login module. So we actually get to use a word list to find somebody's password. How crazy is this? So we need the what is it? SMB login. So I'm going to search for SMB login. And let's see what there's literally only one option that shows up for that. So we're going to use 0, and then we're going to show options. And there's a lot of stuff over here. Let's see. What do we need to set? Obviously, we need to set the R hosts. There's nothing else that's required. No, there is. Okay, so we have abort on lockout, anonymous login, brute force speed. All of those things have been pre-configured for us. And then we need what else do I need? Password file. I believe this is the one that we need right here that we need to set that has not been configured. And then the R host, which is what we need to set. And then the SMB user is what we need to set as well. And user pass file containing users and passwords separated by space, and then user file and verbose. Okay, so I think I only need to set the SMB user, and then I need to set the R hosts, obviously, and then I need to set the pass file, the file that contains passwords. Okay, so first let's do set R hosts, which is again going to be this guy. And the user was Penny. So we're going to do set SMB user to Penny. Okay, very good. And then we need to set the password file to the path of this thing right here. So let's do that real quick. Okay, boom, we got it. So we got the R host has been set. SMB user is Penny. Pass file is the path to the file for Metasploit word list. So let us now run it. And let's see if we can get the password for Penny. That worked extremely well. That was like really freaking quick. That was amazing. And that's the password, Leo1234 success. That is indeed the password for Penny. And if we go to scanning right here, we will see that that is the password for Penny. So very, very exciting stuff. I love the fact that that worked. We're going to exit out of that specific module, and we're going to clear the screen. And now I'm going to move on to the next couple of tasks, and then we have to completely switch out our virtual machine to be able to attack the other ones that we have over here. So, but for this particular task, we are officially done, and we can move on to the next one. In actual pen testing exercises that you would run in the real world, the engagement will most likely have several targets. This is not what it's like in our particular environment because we're given individual targets to attack. Metasploit has a database function to simplify project management and avoid possible confusion when setting up parameter values. And you first need to start the PostgreSQL database, which Metasploit will use with the following command. So systemctl starts PostgreSQL. And you can actually do that prior to starting up Metasploit. This is at least what they're doing in this particular case. Then you'll need to initialize Metasploit database using the msfdb init command, and then database is started and adding user msf, you can now launch MSF console and then check the database status using the db status command. And the database feature will allow you to create workspaces to isolate different projects. When first launched, you should be in the default workspace. You can list available workspaces using the workspace command. And then you can add a workspace using the -A for add, obviously, or delete a workspace using -D. And then the screenshot shows how a new workspace named TryHackMe was created in this particular case. And then you type workspace and you can see that there's default, and then there's the TryHackMe, and then we are inside the TryHackMe database. You'll also notice that the new database name is printed in red, starting with the asterisk symbol. This isn't, so maybe when we run the actual exercise, it'll show that. You can use the workspace command to navigate between workspaces simply by typing workspace followed by the desired workspace name. So workspace default would turn you back to the default workspace, basically. You can use the workspace -H command to list available options for workspace command. So this would be the help menu, for lack of a better word. And then it shows you the various options that you have. So list workspaces verbosely, switch workspaces, add a workspace, delete a workspace, delete all workspaces, so on and so forth. You can rename a workspace. Different from regular Metasploit usage, once Metasploit is launched with a database, the help command will show the database backends command menu, which this is what that looks like. And there's a bunch of options inside of that, as you can probably imagine. So if you run nmap using the db nmap, all results will be saved to the database. So that's very useful to know, right? So db_nmap for database nmap, and then the rest of it will be exactly as if you're running nmap normally. And then it'll just save everything to that database. And you can now read the information, reach information relevant to hosts and services running on target systems with hosts and services commands respectively. So you could do hosts, and it'll show you the host that you have, services, these services on that host. And these were all discovered from this particular scan. The last scan that you did, it was hosted, or it was saved onto that database, and you're technically inside of that database. So when you look up for whatever the hosts are on your individual database that you're working off of, that's what's going to show you. So if you've done multiple scans on multiple hosts, they will all be shown over here. And then the services for each one of them will be available like this as well. So very, very, very useful. Host-H and services-H command helps you become more familiar with the available options. Once the host information is stored in the database, you can use the hosts-R to add this value to the rhosts parameter. So this is the example workflow. We'll use the vulnerability scanning module that finds potential MS17 vulnerabilities. Use auxiliary scanner MS17, right? We set the rhost using the hosts-R, and then we have typed show options to check if all the values set correctly. In this example, 138.32, the IP address right here, is the IP address that we scanned earlier using the db nmap command. And once all parameters are set, we launch the exploit using the run or exploit command. And so you see this here. This is the actual exploit that we are using, and now we are inside of the context of that exploit, and we said hosts R to actually set it, and then it's going to set the R hosts based on what's inside of the database that you had. And then you say show options, and now it says that the R host has actually been set to your specific host. Now, in this particular case, this is saying 10.10.138.32 is the IP address that we scanned, and that's not the address that we have over here. So it is actually 12.229 is the IP address they scanned. So I don't know what they're talking about. But at the very least, it's consistent with that, right? This is the IP address that was scanned earlier with nmap, and when they did the command, it actually did set it to that IP address. So that part is consistent. It's just not consistent with the hard instructions that we have over here inside of the documentation, which is fine. If there's more than one host saved in the database, all IP addresses will be used when you do the hosts-R command. In a typical penetration test engagement, we would have the following scenario. Find available hosts using nmap, scanning these for further vulnerabilities or ports using port scanning module, and then the services command used with the -S, capital S, will allow you to search for specific services in the environment. So services-s netbios. And then inside of that environment, inside of that IP address that you scanned with db-nmap, you'll be able to try to find anything that has to do with NetBIOS, for example. And of course, it's on port 139. So you may want to look for low-hanging fruits like HTTP, FTP, SMB, SSH, RDP. So HTTP could potentially host a web application where you can do SQL injection, remote code execution. FTP could allow anonymous login and provide access to interesting files. SMB could be vulnerable to SMB exploits like the MS-17. SSH could be a default or easy guess credentials to give you a remote shell. RDP would be vulnerable to Bluekeep or allow desktop access if weak credentials were used. So these would be the low-hanging fruits that are kind of easy to exploit, assuming that they have weak password policies, right? So if they have really strong passwords, it's most likely these things aren't going to work no matter what. So as you can see, Metasploit has many features to aid in engagements, such as the ability to compartmentalize your engagements into workspaces, analyze your results at a higher level, and quickly import and explore data. There are no questions required to answer. They're just telling us that you can actually do this. You can create a database by just doing the workspace, right? So you can actually create a workspace. You would need to start with, before you even go into Metasploit, you need to first start the PostgreSQL database. So you do systemctl start, and then you start that. And then you do MSF, so Metasploit framework database init. So MSFDB init, so that you can actually initialize the Metasploit framework database function. And then you launch MSF console, and then you can run the database status just to see what's up. And then it says that it's been connected, and the connection type is PostgreSQL, so you're all good. And then you can start working with the workspaces. And the individual workspace, the very first one is just going to be the default workspace, and then you can add a workspace using -A, followed by the name of the workspace. You can delete it by doing -D, followed by the name of the workspace. Once you add one, it automatically changes you to that workspace. If you wanted to change back and forth from it, you can do workspace and then the name of the workspace that you want to go into, and it'll change you into that one. And then the help menu, as you just saw. And then these are some of the other commands if you just typed help, because that's what's going to happen when you're using the database and you're inside of a database. And then you can start running a tool to house its output into your database. For example, db_nmap is basically running nmap as it would normally, except it's just housing everything. It's storing everything inside of that workspace that you had. And all of this information is now going to be housed and stored over there. And then you can refer to these information. So this would be the host, right? That's the host that you scanned. If we did, 10.10.12.0/24, any IP address that was found inside of that subnet would be hosted, or it would be found inside of your hosts variable. And inside of that value, you would be able to find multiple IP addresses instead of just one that you see here. And then under services, you would see the services for this IP address first, and then the next IP address, and so on and so forth. And then you can use the vulnerability scanner module, for example, like the SMB MS-17, which is for the eternal blue. Set the R host value using this R right here. So if you do hosts-R, it'll actually set your R host value for you, and then you essentially are ready to run and gun. So you don't need to, once you've done that initial nmap scan, you don't need to memorize the host anymore, right? You basically do host-R, and it'll just set it for you. If you have multiple hosts, it'll most likely set all of them for you. And then you can continue running your exploit or the rest of your exercises, right? So all IP addresses will be used when setting the host-R command. So just keep that in mind. If you have multiple hosts that are stored inside of your workspace, inside of that database, it is going to set all of them when you use the hosts-R command. And then all the available hosts, so on and so forth. So basically, the rest of it is kind of a little bit repetitive, but you get the idea. So now we can move on to vulnerability scanning using Metasploit. Low-hanging fruit is what Metasploit, I would say, specializes in when it does its vulnerability scans for you. Low-hanging fruit refers to the easily identifiable and exploitable vulnerabilities that could potentially allow you to gain a foothold on a system and in some cases gain high-level privileges like root or admin. Finding vulnerabilities using Metasploit will rely heavily on your ability to scan and fingerprint the target. The better you are at those stages, the more options Metasploit will provide you. For example, if you identify a VNC service running on the target, you may use the search function on Metasploit to list useful modules for the VNC service. Results will contain payload and post modules. At this stage, these results are not very useful as we've not discovered a potential exploit to use just yet. However, in the case of VNC, there are several scanner modules that we can use. So that would be auxiliary scanner VNC in this particular case, for example. And then you will use the info command for any module to have a better understanding of its use and purpose. And so obviously it'll give you the author and the basic options, so on and so forth, and a description of what it actually does. So it's going to test the VNC server on a range of machines and report successful logins. Currently it supports RFP protocol, da 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 da. And then you can see that the VNC login module can help us find login credentials or login details for the VNC service based on what this module provides for us, assuming you discovered that there was a VNC service on the actual target host that you have, right? So who wrote the module that allows us to check SMTP servers for open relay? So what we're going to do is we're going to go and check for SMTP, right? So let's see, SMTP, let's try that. Okay, so from the options, there was 75 options that showed up when I searched for SMTP. There is one that is actually verbatim saying SMTP open relay detection. And I think maybe that could have been something that I would have searched for. So SMTP open relay. Let's see if I can actually do that. So if I do search and then do SMTP open relay, let's see if it'll kind of make that be the singular option that pops up maybe. Yeah, very good. So that is the singular option that actually pops up. So we're going to do use 0, and we're actually going to use this thing. And then we basically just want the info of this thing to see who the creator of it was. And that would be the answer to our question that we were given earlier. And so usually that's at the very, very top. For some reason, this virtual machine is lagging. There we go. Campbell Murray. That's the guy. Campbell Murray. And that's it. That's the answer that we're looking for this particular question. And now we can move on to the next task, which actually will allow us to start exploiting this next machine. So I'm going to terminate this last one, and then we're going to move on to the next machine. And this is going to be fun. This is going to be where the more exploitation tactics are going to start running. All right, so obviously, via the name, we can establish that Metasploit is for exploitation. It's the most populated module category inside of Metasploit, as we saw at the very, very beginning. Based on the version 5, there was 2,040 exploits. If we look at the most recent version, I had to restart it because it was kind of going a little bit slow. I think it's like 2,500 or 2,600 exploits since this screenshot that we see right here. So it has the most exploits. It has the most as far as exploits are concerned, and it also has payloads and so on and so forth. These various other options as well, but it literally is designed for exploitation. So we can search exploits using the search command, as we've done multiple times. And we can get more information about them using the info command and launch it using the actual exploit command. While the process itself is simple, remember that a successful outcome depends on a thorough understanding of the services that are running on your target. Most of the exploits will have a preset default payload. However, you can always use the show payloads command to list the other commands that you can use within that specific payload. So for example, inside of Eternal Blue, you can do show payloads, and it has, I guess in this particular screenshot, it's showing 10 of them. I feel like it has more than 10 exploits that are attached to, or 10 payloads, excuse me, that are attached to the Eternal Blue exploit specifically, right? But it has the reverse or bind TCP shell, the reverse TCP shell, a load library message box, Meterpreter versions, so on and so forth. So once you decided on the payload, you can use the set payload command to make your choice. So you could do set payload to, and it'll send it to the reverse TCP shell, and then show the options. And you can see at the very bottom, it actually has changed the payload to the reverse TCP shell. Note that choosing a working payload could become a trial and error process due to environmental or OS restrictions such as firewall rules, antivirus file writing, or the program performing the payload execution isn't available. So for example, Python shell reverse TCP may not be available. Some payloads will open new parameters that you may need to set. Running the show options command once more can show you those. As you can see in the example, a reverse payload will at least require you to set the lhost option, the local host, because it does need to reverse establish a reverse shell, right? So once you actually do change it to the one that requires a reverse TCP shell, then you need to sell the lhost, which is your local machine's IP address, so that that shell could actually have a place to connect to. And then you run the exploit, and then hopefully it'll work. And now you have the shell that's been completed within that machine. Once a session is open, you can background it using Control-Z or abort it using Control-C. Backgrounding a session will be useful when working on more than one target simultaneously or the same target with different exploits and or shells. And so this is what Control-Z looks like inside of the command line. Do you want to background it? Yes, you do. And then now it takes your command line back to your normal context. And then you can do sessions, and you can see that you have your live session going on in your background. Working with these sessions would be another one of those things that if you wanted to get the help menu, number one, you could just do -H, and it'll show you what the help menus are. Typically, you just need to refer to these sessions or reactivate the sessions. That's basically like the big thing that you need to know how to get in and out of. And sessions will allow you to do that by just doing sessions and then the name of the session that you want to change to. For example, session interface or interact, excuse me. So you do session and then interact, and then you give it the session ID, not the name, my bad. So this would be the session ID for this one. So you see that they're inside of this context here. They do sessions, they get the list of these sessions, and then they do session interact 1, and then it takes them back into the Windows System 32 reverse shell that they had previously. So we're going to deploy the target machine and answer the question below. And I've already, I want to say I've deployed it already. It should be running. Yes, it is running. So now we're going to essentially just basically follow some of the instructions that they gave us right here, and then try to get the responses to this. So it says exploit one of the critical vulnerabilities on the target virtual machine. The target is missing the MS-17 patch, so it is Eternal Blue. And if you don't know, right, so let's say the hint was not available, and we wanted to find out what the vulnerability was for that particular machine. So the way that we would do this is by just going right here. So we would do nmap, right, our favorite little tool, and then we're going to do the SV option, and then I'll do the O option as well. So S, lowercase s, capital V. It's easier if I just zoom in and show you what that looks like. So this is what the command looks like right here. So you do nmap SV because I want to get the versions and I want to get the operating systems on this particular IP address as well for every single port that it's going to find for me. So it's going to run and it's going to give me the information about this thing. And Windows 7 versions of Microsoft on any given IP address or any given service, Windows 7 versions are vulnerable to the MS-17, the Eternal Blue exploit or vulnerability. So what we're looking for is that specifically. We're looking for the Windows 7 version that would be displayed. And then if you see that, you can pretty much deduce, you can conclude that, yep, that is indeed vulnerable to the MS-17, the Eternal Blue vulnerability. So if you didn't have that hint, if you wanted to find it, you would be able to do it this way. So I'm just going to wait for this to finish, and then I will show you that. All right, so here it is, right? We have all these open ports here. On this particular port, the 445 port, we see that we have Microsoft Windows 7 running, and Microsoft Windows 7 is the one that has been attached specifically to the vulnerability for Eternal Blue MS17, right? And so it's on port 445, which is the default port. And this is all just based on the last video that we did on the introduction of Metasploit, and then we kind of just were given some of that information. And this is one of those things. And it's like, okay, so if you just know, right, if you have that inside of your database, inside of your mental database, and you know that if it's running Microsoft Windows 7, it's probably running the MS17, or it's vulnerable to the MS17 vulnerability, the Eternal Blue vulnerability, then you know that you can run that specific exploit and you will probably be able to log into it without needing credentials or any of those things, right? So that's what's crazy about it. So now that we have this, so now that we know for sure it's on port 445, Windows 7 on this IP address that we have, now we can actually go ahead and search for our Eternal Blue, and it'll show up. And there's a few of them, obviously, but the very, very first one that you go at the top right here, you see it's MS17 010 Eternal Blue, so on and so forth. So I'm just going to do use 0. And then it's going to change my command line to that. Let me just make sure that it's a little bit zoomed in so you can see this easier. And so now we have this. So we're going to clear the screen, and we have our Eternal Blue right there. And so we're going to do show options. And it says it right here, right? So these are the local IP address and local port. So this is my actual attack box's IP address right here, which is the default port that it has for the local port. So as it listens, and then for the information that we need right here, we just need the R hosts. That's all we need. And then it's already configured to do the remote port on 445, which is the target port that we just saw that was also open, that had the Windows 7 vulnerability attached to it. And that's pretty much it, right? So from here, all I need to do is just set the R hosts and then run it. And it should give me my shell, my Meterpreter. So let's actually do that. So this is what we have right here. That's my my target here. So we're going to do R hosts, and then we're going to do this. And press enter, and our host has officially been set here. So now what we can do is just do run and watch this thing work. Boom, look at that. Just like that, it connected to our Meterpreter session. And what's fun with this is that you can technically, even though you know that you are inside of a Windows machine, you can actually run Linux command line commands and it'll still work. So if I do pwd, it'll actually give me my current working directory. If I do ls, oh well, that's not a good idea, because in the system32 there's going to be a bunch of stuff. So yeah, that's going to be a really big output. But again, just doing pwd, it'll say this is where you are. And so let's say I want to go up one, and I go back, and now I do pwd, now I'm inside of Windows. Let's go up another one, and then pwd, now I'm inside of C, and then I do ls here, and it'll say that this is where you are, right? And these are all the different stuff that's here. And we have users, for example. So we'll do cd users, and then we'll go inside of users, and inside of users we have all the users, the default, John, public, desktop, so on and so forth, right? So that's basically it. That's as simple as it gets. So that is the vulnerability that we exploited. So it says, what is exploit the vulnerability, which is what we did, which was the MS17. So that was fine. And it says, what is the content of the flag txt? And it says you can Meterpreter search command. So let me see if I can go ahead and do a search command for the flag.txt. I see. So we do search, and then we'll do file flag.txt. See if we can find that. All right, so it is inside of John's documents right here. So we have the very powerful search-f flag.txt, and it found the flag for us. So now I want to, where am I again? I'm inside of the user, so I'm going to go into John's, actually John without an H here. And then we are going to go inside of his documents. And are we inside the documents? Yes, we are. So we're going to run the list. There it is. And then I wonder if cat also works. Cat does work. So there you go. So there we go. We concatenated. That's the flag that we have inside of John's documents, and that is indeed the answer. So what is the NTLM hash of the password of the user pirate? Interesting. So use hash dump. Okay, so let's see. Hash dump. Let me see how that's going to work here. Oh, that was literally so easy. You just type in hash dump, and that's basically it. And so it is pirate, and then the 1001, which is their group, and then this would be the hash, I believe. So let's make sure. No, it's not. Okay, so it's the one that starts with 8 CE. So this would be the hash. That's the hash. So there you go. That was freaking easy as hell. Like, how crazy is that? And then, of course, look at this. This is the administrator's hash as well. Now we have the administrator's hash. We have the guest hash, and we have pirate's hash. That's pretty gnarly when you think about how easy that was. I didn't need anything. I didn't need any kind of credentials to be able to get into this Windows machine. Once I got inside the Windows machine, I was able to navigate freely. And then, of course, I ran hash dump, and it just dumped the hash. It's gnarly. Very, very cool. Okay, cool. That's it. So that's all the questions that we had here and all the answers for that. So let's go to the MSF Venom, which requires that I terminate this machine and then start the next target machine. And I think after this, we'll pretty much be, we'll be done. But there's a lot of questions at the end of this one. So this is going to be exciting to run. And then we can wrap this particular exercise. So let's do that. We'll wait for this to run, and then we'll do the other one. All right, cool. This specific target machine that we have is a Linux machine, which is very exciting. I always, for some reason, I just love seeing this black screen with the text on it. It's just, it makes me feel like I'm in the world of hacking. Or not even hacking. It's just, I don't know, there's something about this terminal that's very appealing to me. I don't know why. But okay, so what we're going to do is, since this is going to be our target machine here, we are most likely going to use our attack box to attack that machine. So let's see, MSF Venom. MSF Venom initially was MSF payload and MSF encode, which allowed you to generate payloads, basically. It allowed you to access all the payloads available in Metasploit framework. MSF Venom allows you to create payloads in many different formats and for many different target systems. And you do it essentially from your actual command line. So you don't need to go inside of the MSF framework. You can list the payloads by just doing MSF Venom-L payloads, and it'll show you all of the payloads that it can run. And there's a lot of them. These are not just the full list. And then you can do the format, so the output formats that you want. And you can just do a -- list and then give you the formats, and then it'll be all of the supported output formats that it can actually run. And then encoders do not aim to bypass antivirus installed on a target system. It's more for formatting. So they encode the payload so that it fits the format that you want it to fit. It has nothing to do with bypassing antivirus. It can be effective against some antivirus programs. Using modern obfuscation techniques or learning methods to inject shellcode is a better solution to avoid antivirus. So the example below shows the usage of encoding with the -e parameter. The PHP version of Meterpreter was encoded in base 64 and the output was raw. So this is the command that we have, MSF Venom -p. This is the payload that we're going to create, essentially, reverse TCP. The host is this, the local host is that, and then we have the format being raw and then -e being PHP base 64. And then you press enter, and then it'll just kind of pick and choose from the defaults. If you haven't chosen a platform or anything like that, it'll say it's choosing this platform, and it's going to choose this arch, and then found one compatible encoder attempting to encode, succeeded, and then this particular case, they haven't created an output file either. So the output file in this particular case, I don't know where it's been placed. This is like a massive, it looks like a very, very massive hash file or whatever. I don't know if this is the actual output file. Is this the out? I don't think it is. I don't think that was the output file, but that's basically, usually you would also declare where you want the output file to be stored, or what, at least what the name of the thing is that you want to create. So similar to exploits, using a reverse shell, you'll need to be able to accept incoming connections generated by the Venom payload when using the exploit module. This part is automatically handled by the exploit module. You will remember that the payload options title appeared using a reverse shell. The term commonly used to receive a connection from a target is catching a shell. Reverse shells or Meterpreter callbacks generated in your MSF Venom payload can easily be caught using a handler. The following scenario may be familiar. We will exploit the file upload vulnerability present in the DVWA damn vulnerable web application. For the exercises in this task, you will need to replicate a similar scenario on another target system. DVWA was used here for illustration purposes. The exploit steps are generate the PHP shell using MSF Venom, start the Metasploit handler, execute the PHP shell. MSF Venom will require a payload, the local machine IP address, and the local port to which the payload will connect. And then this is the IP address in this particular case. And then we use that on local port 777. And this is the payload. And so this is essentially what it would look like if you actually had the reverse shell PHP file. So if you're going to upload something into a web application, you'll most likely need to actually write the code first, or you need to find it somewhere and then copy paste it. And then you end up uploading this specific reverse shell. The output PHP file will miss the starting PHP tag commented at the, and then the end tag as seen below. So we'll see this right here. The starting and then the end tag has also been commented, I guess. I need to double check and verify. Yeah, it has been commented, because the starting tag that you see right here, this little, what is this, less than symbol, I guess, that would be the starting. That's been commented out. And then the end tag has also been commented out. So the reverse shell PHP file should be edited to convert it to a working PHP file. So basically, you remove this piece right here so that it actually looks normal right there. And then the whole thing activates. When you see this right here, it's been commented. Or, well, you're looking at the cat output anyway, so it's not going to be all color corrected. But when you're looking at the full text, you need to be able to remove that initial comment and then just make sure that it actually works. And then you see the initial piece right here, as well as these two /**, this piece right here, all of that has been removed, and now the thing actually works properly. And the very, very last element right here, which did not exist, has also been added. So the question mark greater than symbol has also been added to make sure that it's functioning. And we will use multi-handler to receive the incoming connection. The module can be used with the use exploit multi-handler command. So while you're inside of MSF Venom, you use exploit multi-handler, and then you run that, and you may need to make sure that you set your payload reverse PHP, set the host, set the port. This is the local host, local port. Show the options, make sure everything's actually set. And then once everything is set, you'll run it. And then it says starting the reverse TCP handler. When the shell is triggered, the connection will be received by the multi-handler. If the payload was set as a Meterpreter in those Windows executable format, for example, the multi-handler would then provide us with a Meterpreter shell. We have other payloads as well. So based on the operating system, install web server, install interpreter, all that stuff, MSF Venom can be used to create payloads in almost all formats. These are just some examples. In all of these things, the L host will be the IP address of the attack machine. L port will be the port that you want to listen to, or you want your handler to listen on. And the format is very similar. Like, for the most part, everything is similar. So you see this, MSF Venom payload is going to be this. The L host, the local host, and the local port. And then the file will be ELF, as you see here. And then this is, or excuse me, the format is going to be ELF. And then you see this arrow, that thing, is going to output it into the reverse shell.elf. So this is the part that I meant where I said you need to actually output it into some kind of a name. The ELF format is comparable to the exe format in Windows. These are executable files for Linux. However, you may still need to make sure that they have executable permissions on the target machine. For example, once you have the shell.elf file on your target machine, you have to do chmod to change the mode and give it execute by doing +X and then to accord executable permissions. Once done, you can run this by typing the actual shell, yada, yada, yada. This would be the Windows version. Again, very similar at the beginning. And then you have at the very end right here, the only thing that changes is the format. So -F exe, and then you're doing reverse shell exe instead of reverse shell elf. This is the PHP version of it. This is the ASP version. This is the Python version. For the most part, everything exactly is the same. The format just changes, and then the extension on the output file changes. All the examples are reverse shell payloads. This means that you'll need to have exploit multi-handler module listening on your attack box. You'll need to set up the handler accordingly with the payload lhost, These values will be the same once you've created the MSFNM payload, and that's it. So we're going to launch the machine. The username is Murphy. The password is this. You can connect via SSH or launch this machine in the browser. Once on the terminal, type sudo su to get a root shell, and this will make things easier. Create a Meterpreter payload in the ELF format, and then transfer to the target machine. You can start a Python web server. If you have not done so, this is going to be the first time we're going to run it, and it's going to be very, very, very fun. And then we should be able to get the Meterpreter shell, because we're going to be able to transfer the file and then actually execute the file using the target machine, and then we'll be able to get the other user's password hash. That's the whole goal here. So we're going to start from the very top here, and let's see. All right, so I'm just going to use 2 different shells, probably 3 different shells at one point, inside of the attack box, just to make it easier, because I don't want to go back and forth between that Linux machine and the attack box, all that stuff. So the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm just going to SSH into Murphy's account here. So it'll be Murphy at the IP address here, which is 10.10.142.27. Whoops, that did not work. So let's try that one more time. I missed the 7 at the end. Very good. Okay, cool. And then the password is, what is it? 1Q2W3E4R. Like that. Okay, cool. And we are now in the machine like this. And so we're just going to do sudo su. And then one more time, we're going to do 1Q2W3E4R. Like that. Okay, now we're root. Okay, so that's the first part. The first part was to get the root login for Murphy, and we've done that. So all good. We're going to clear the machine. ls. Okay, good stuff. So there we go. So there is that. We were able to get our secure shell for that. The next one is create a Meterpreter payload in the ELF format on the attack box in the machine of choice. So we are going to do the right here, ELF payload right here, and we're going to do it on the attack box. So I'm just going to open up a third one, because we are going to use MSF Venom, and I don't want to leave my MSF console session. So we're going to do MSF Venom -p. I'm literally just going to type this whole thing, and I'm just going to change the lhost to my actual attack box's IP address. Port, I will do like 3333, and then I will go ahead and assign that to a name. So here we go. We're going to do this real quick. All right, cool. There it is. And we now have shell 3. There we go. So we have our shell, and Meterpreter payload has been created here. So now it says transferred to the target machine using a Python web server. This is the command, basically. This command right here, that's it. It'll turn your attack box into a web server so that you can serve data and then essentially download that payload from the target machine using wget. So we are just going to do that. So we're going to do Python 3 m http.server. It's going to be on port 9000 like that. And there we go. We actually have it. So Python 3 -m and it's now serving on port 9000. And now we're going to go on this guy's machine and we're going to say wget, and we're going to do HTTP and then the attack box IP address, which is the 10.10.151.107. And if you're using your own machine, you would do your own IP address. But for me, this is the attack box IP address that I'm using. So that is that, and it's going to be :9000 because it's on 9000, on port 9000, and then the shell3.elf is the name of the file. Press enter. There we go, 100% perfectly done. So now I can run ls, or let's clear the screen. We're going to do ls. We have shell3 right here. So what we need to do is we need to change it into an executable by doing chmod +x. I always do sudo just to, I mean, I'm already root. I don't think I need to do that, but whatever. Shell3.elf. You should be able to do it without sudo and it should still work and it should be fine. So there we go. Shell3.elf is now an executable. So there is that. We're good so far. This is good. So we need to go to our MSF ven or MSF console here, and we need to actually use the exploit multi-handler, and there is that. And the configured payload for me right now is this, because I actually changed it to this, but the default payload, if you do this on your own, the default payload is not going to be this. The default payload is going to be some other thing, and you need to change the payload to this. So you literally do set payload Linux and then x86, come on, and then Meterpreter, and then reverse TCP like that, and then press enter, and it'll set it for you. And where we got that is here. So this is literally where we got it from. Linux, x86, Meterpreter, reverse TCP. That's what the payload is, right? So this is the payload. So what we're going to do is we're going to set that payload to the Linux x86, so on and so forth. So now when I do show options, it'll be the L host is my my attack box. The L port I need to change to, let's see, L port 3333. Press enter. Now do show options again. And we have the payload is the right payload. We have the attack box IP address. We have L port here. So let's see, fingers crossed. We're going to run this thing and the multi-handler should start up in a couple of seconds and it should start listening. And then from there, we go into our target machine and then we actually run the shell. Okay, very good. Reverse TCP handler is now running. So now the way that we want to run the shell is basically you do dot to imply that you're inside of the current directory that you're in. You do / and then shell3.elf, press enter. And it worked because I see it in the background. So there we go. Meterpreter shell is running. Works great. So now what do we need? We need a post-exploitation module to dump hashes of others on the system. And the hint is to use the hash dump module. So post Linux gather hash dump. So this is what we need to do here. We need to do Control Z to background the session. I'm going to press yes and enter. So it has been backgrounded. So if I do sessions, press enter, I have that in the background. Very good. And the post exploitation was, one more time, post Linux gather hash dump. So what we need to do is we need to get out of this thing and we're going to do use post Linux gather hash dump, like that. Okay, very good. And if we do show options, it's going to say you need a session. So the session interact with type of a thing. We need to do sessions -i, or let's do sessions. I think it's either ID 6. Okay, got it. So sessions -i and then 6, enter. And now we're interacting with session 6 using the post gather hash dump and now I think it should be fine, right? Oh no, you know what? No. My bad, my bad. So let's let's do this one more time. We're going to background our session. Yes, sessions is going to be ID is still 6. Great. So we're going to do show options. That's my bad. So we're going to do this. Show options is that. We're going to set the session to number 6 like that. And then do show options again. And there is that. So the current setting is fine. So now we're going to run the hash dump. There you go. That's what I was supposed to do. There we go. And then we got all of the hashes of these people. So who are we looking for? We're looking for the other user's password hash. So it's Claire's password hash. And it's starting with this dollar right here. And it goes all the way to the colon. So it's this whole thing right here. That all is Claire's password hash. And that's what we did. That's what we got. So hopefully that was pretty easy to follow, with the exception of that like last quick little couple of glitches for the post exploitation stuff. You just need to set the actual session to the ID of the session that you backgrounded, and then you just run it, and it works magnificently. It works very well. So that's it. Fairly easy, right? It wasn't that complicated. You get your reverse shell that we did. That one's pretty easy. And then you switch to a sudo user by doing the sudo su. And then we create a Meterpreter payload in the ELF format by using this command right here inside of our regular terminal. So not inside of MSF console or anything like that, just a regular terminal. And then from there, you have your payload in ELF format. And then you create a Python server, and then you download it from the target machine. So you create the Python server on your attack box, and then from the target machine inside of your secure shell session that you created, you would run the wget, and then you download that shell file that you created, and then you have to change the permission to executable. So remember that part. You got to do chmod plus x and then the name of the file, and then it'll change it into an executable. And then you create your Meterpreter session by following the multi-handler. And so when you go into the multi-handler, you have to set the payload to the payload of the thing that you created with MSF Venom, because that was the payload that we chose right here. So you just do, once you're inside the multi-handler, you do set payload, and the instructions for that are actually up here as well. Where do we have it? Right here. So when you actually go inside of the multi-handler, the first thing it says configured payload is the generic shell reverse TCP, and you need to set payload and then give it the name of the payload that you're going to use, which in our case was that Linux payload that we had right here, this one. So this piece right here, you would do set payload, and then you would give it that value, and then you set your payload, and your multi-handler is then ready. And oh no, actually you need to also set your IP address to your attack box's IP address, change the listening port to whatever port you designated when you created your payload. So for me, it was 3333. It could be essentially whatever you want. If it gives you any errors when you use your multi-handler and it says it can't make the connection, just create the payload again and just change it to a different listening port. And from there, you should be fine. And that would be the payload that you created, and then you've transferred the payload. It's now inside the machine, and then now you have your Meterpreter session. You do run, and it actually starts the multi-handler. And then on the target machine, you go and you actually run that file, that ELF file, and then you saw that we got the Meterpreter session. And then to do the post-exploitation, we just need to background the session, which we did. And then we see the backgrounded session when we run the sessions option here. So you see, what is it? We had sessions. Where was it? Where did I do? My God. We did sessions. There we go. And then it said, this is your session ID. So ID was number 6. So I went to show options, and it said you only have one option that you got to set, which is the session. And then all I needed to do was to set the session to number 6, and then it set my session to number 6. And then I ran show option again just to verify, and then I did run, and then it ran the hash dump post exploitation, and it dumped the hashes for us. And that's all we needed to do to finish the exercise. So hopefully you were able to follow along with that and you were able to get the same results that I got. All right, so for this exercise, or for today's room, we're officially wrapped, and we have one more that we're going to go through some instructions for Metasploit, and after that we actually have an actual exercise that we're going to run, so it's going to be pretty fun. They're not going to give us too many instructions. We have to basically use everything that we learned to run those rooms, or that last room. So it should be pretty fun, it should be exciting. And hopefully you actually got a lot of good value from it as well. As you see, Metasploit is very, very powerful and you can do a lot with it. So I'm pretty excited to continue running these exercises with you to show you some more exploitation with Metasploit. And I hope you had some fun with this one, because this was a really fun room for me. If you did get value out of this video, I do encourage you to like, subscribe, and turn on that notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out inside of our CySec101 playlist. And we're going very strong with this particular playlist. And then, of course, if you haven't checked out the rest of the stuff on the channel, I highly encourage you to check out the rest of the stuff on the channel. There's a lot of videos, there's a lot of playlists, there's a lot of good stuff that's available for you. And I think you'll get a lot out of it by just checking out everything else that's on the channel. And then drop a comment if you have any questions, if you just want to say hi. Usually I am very attentive and very responsive to the comment section. Last couple of days this week I was pretty sick, so I wasn't as attentive, but I'm pretty solid with the comment responses. So I'll respond to you if you just want to say hi. If you have any questions, I'll answer your question. And if it's a big one, I will create a video or a playlist in response to your question the way that you see right here. So make sure that you like, subscribe, turn on notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out. And of course, drop a comment, ask a question, say hi, even if you just want to say thanks. Another way to say thanks would be to support the channel by joining the Hackaholics Anonymous community, the premier community for security professionals and hackers. And we have 4 tiers: the supporter, agent, guardian, and master. And each tier gets their own Discord server, early access to content. The agent, guardian, and master levels get exclusive content, exclusive downloads, monthly Python automations, live streams with me every single month, plus so much more. And to join, you can simply click the link in the description below, or you can go to our homepage and click the join button, or you can go to youtube.com/@HankHacksHackers/join, and you'll be able to join Hackaholics Anonymous. I really hope I see you in the Discord servers. If not, I hope I see you in the comment section of the channel, and that's it. It's your boy Hank Hackerson at Hank Hacks Hackers, your favorite network and system attacker/protector. Love, peace, and chicken grease. If no one else loves you, Hank loves you, and I will see you in the next video later. In this episode of the CySec101 series, we're going to go through the Metasploit Meterpreter room, which is a part of the Exploitation Basics module of the Cybersecurity 101 pathway of TryHackMe. And this is technically our last instructional room before we actually go into the final challenge of the Exploitation Basics module. And so far in this module, we've learned some really, really fun stuff. And most of it obviously has been around Metasploit, which is kind of like the premier, the industry standard tool for exploitation. And we've learned a lot of really nifty things from the basics of what Metasploit is. And we did some really cool exercises in the last specific episode. And today we're going to be talking about everything about the Meterpreter tool, or the Meterpreter kind of extension part of the Metasploit tool itself. And it's just a very, very, very powerful tool, and I'm super excited about it. So I think you're going to get a lot out of it in this particular video today. Our content breakdown for today is basically going to be the introduction to Meterpreter, the Meterpreter flavors or the various versions of it, the commands of Meterpreter, post-exploitation with Meterpreter, and of course a challenge that we're going to get at the very end of this that will be our post-exploitation challenge. So I'm excited to go through this one with you. I think this is going to be a really good one. I think we're going to learn a lot about it. And then from here, we're basically just going to run into our final exercise, which is that blue room, where we use everything that we've learned to go ahead and exploit a target machine. If you'd like to support this channel, consider joining the Hackaholics Anonymous membership community, the premier community for security professionals and hackers. And we have 4 tiers: the supporter, agent, guardian, and master. And each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content, while the agent, guardian, and master levels get exclusive content, exclusive downloads, monthly Python automations, live streams with me every single month, plus so much more. And if you want to join, you can simply click the link in the description below, or you can go to our homepage and click the join button, or you can go to youtube.com/@HankHacksHackers/join, and you'll be able to join Hackaholics Anonymous. Now, without further ado, let's jump into the Meterpreter room. Meterpreter is a Metasploit payload that supports the pen testing process with many valuable components. It'll run on the target system and act as an agent within a command and control architecture, and you'll interact with the target operating system and files using Meterpreter specialized commands. It has a lot of versions which provide different functionalities based on the target system, and it runs on the target, but it's not installed on the target. It runs in memory and does not write itself to the disk on the target. This feature aims to avoid being detected during antivirus scans. By default, most antivirus software will scan new files on the disk. When you download a file from the internet, for example, Meterpreter runs in the random access memory to avoid having a file that has to be written to the disk on the target system. This way, it'll be seen as a process and not have a file on the target system. So what we did in the last exercise, in the last video, was we transferred a shell, right? We created a payload, we transferred the payload using a Python web server, and that is not something that is in the random access memory, right? That's something that is now a file that was generated and transferred to the computer, and now that file is going to be scanned using AntiVirus or some kind of threat detection. So Meterpreter doesn't do that, right? It's basically a payload that runs from Metasploit, and it establishes that reverse connection or that shell connection so that you can do what you need to do, and it runs on the RAM and without actually creating some kind of a file payload that'll be transferred to the target. It aims to avoid being detected by network-based IPS intrusion prevention systems and IDS intrusion detection systems by using encrypted communication with the server where Metasploit runs. If the target organization does not decrypt and inspect encrypted traffic coming to and going out of the local network, IPS and IDS solutions will not be able to detect its activities. While Meterpreter is recognized by major antivirus software, the feature provides some degree of stealth compared to downloading a file, for example, or transferring a shell file. Example below shows a target Windows machine exploited using the MS-17 vulnerability. You will see Meterpreter is running with the process ID of 1304. The PID will be different in any different case. We have used the get PID command, which returns the process ID which Meterpreter is running. The process ID or process identifier is used by operating system to identify running processes. All processes running in Linux or Windows will have a unique ID number. This number is used to interact with the process, yada, yada, yada. So get PID, current PID for Meterpreter is 1304. If we list the processes running on the target system, we see that PID 1304 is spoolsv.exe and not Meterpreter.exe, as one might expect. And maybe they have their intrusion detection and defense systems written to detect the Meterpreter name, but if it doesn't show up as the Meterpreter name, it shows up at spoolsv, then you most likely can get bypass or get past those detection systems. So even if we go a step further and look at the DLLs, the dynamic link libraries used by the Meterpreter process, we still will not be able to find anything jumping at us. For example, no Meterpreter DLL, right? So if we looked at the 1304, you can see that there's all of this stuff, but there's nothing Meterpreter specific, spool SDLL or whatever. All those things exist, but nothing for the Meterpreter. So the techniques and tools that can be used to detect Meterpreter are beyond the scope of this room. This section aimed to show you how stealthy it can actually be, but most antivirus software will still detect it. It's also worth noting that Meterpreter will establish an encrypted TLS communication channel with the attacker's system. So unless it's decrypted by their side, for the most part, they're not going to know what's going on. So no answers are needed for this particular session or this introduction to Meterpreter. So let's go into the various flavors of Meterpreter. As we discussed in the introductory videos for Metasploit, Metasploit payloads can initially be divided into two main categories. They are the inline, also called single, and then there are the staged categories. And if you have not seen those, they're pretty quick videos, and I think they're very useful. They set the stage for everything that we're talking about in this video. So I would recommend you go watch the last couple of episodes so that you fully understand and you get a good, strong foundation on Metasploit. You'll remember the staged payloads are sent to the target in 2 steps. An initial part is installed, which is the stager, and then requests the rest of the payload. This allows for a smaller initial payload size. The inline payloads are sent in a single step. Meterpreter payloads are also divided into staged and not stagged, staged and inline versions. However, Meterpreter has a wide range of different versions you can choose from based on the target system. The easiest way would be to list them using MSF Venom, as we can see here, list payloads. So MSF Venom -- list payloads, and then you can grep Meterpreter just to see what all of the various Meterpreters are. And you can see there's Android versions, there's Apple iOS, there's the Java, there's the Linux, and there's Windows versions. There's a lot of different versions. These are just the platform names themselves. And your decision on which version of it to use will be based on 3 factors. The target operating system, obviously. Is it Linux or Windows? Is it Mac? Is it Android? The components available on the target system. So is Python available? Is it a PHP website? And then the network connection types that you can have with the target system. Do they allow raw TCP connections? Can you only have an HTTPS reverse connection? Are IPv6 addresses not closely monitored as IPv4 addresses? So on and so forth. So there's a lot of nuanced configurations that will allow you to determine what type of Meterpreter flavor you can use. If you're not using Meterpreter as a standalone payload generated by MSF Venom, your choice may be limited by the exploit. You will notice some exploits have default Meterpreter payloads, as you can see in the Eternal Blue exploit that we see right here. And it immediately, as soon as you load it, it says using configured payload, the Meterpreter reverse TCP. We can also see a list of all the other available payloads by doing the show payloads command within any given module. So when we're inside of the context of Eternal Blue here, we can do show payloads and it'll show us all of the payloads for Eternal Blue. And of course, there are the Meterpreter payloads that are available for that specific Eternal Blue exploit as well. So that is what we got for all of this stuff, and still no questions. So let's talk about some Meterpreter commands. The first would be the help menu. So if you are inside of a Meterpreter shell session, you just type help and it'll give you the options that are available for your session. So to background something, to create the BG would be the alias for the background option for the background command, to kill the background, to list the background run, channel, close, so on and so forth. These are the options that would be available if you just typed help. Every version will have different command options, so running the help command is always a good idea. Commands are built in tools available on Meterpreter. They'll run on the target system without loading any additional script or executable files because it's all running from Metasploit specifically. Meterpreter will provide you 3 primary categories of tools. There's the built-in commands, the Meterpreter tools, and then Meterpreter scripting. If you run help, you'll see that Meterpreter commands are listed under different categories. So we have core commands, file system, networking system, user interface, webcam, audio output, elevate, password database, timestamp, and that's basically it. Please note that the list above was taken from the output of the help command of the Windows version of Meterpreter, which is the x64 Meterpreter reverse TCP, and they'll be different for other versions of Meterpreter. Core commands will be helpful to navigate and interact with the target system. These are some of the most common core commands. So background, exit, GUID, help, info, herb, which is the interactive Ruby shell, load, migrate, run, and then of course sessions. These are the core commands that work with pretty much every version of Meterpreter. We have the file system commands that are fairly simple. So cd, ls, pwd, edit, cat, so on and so forth. These are all very simple and pretty inherent, pretty unique to Linux, because it just, for the most part, this reminds me of Linux. But something like search, I don't think is a Linux specific, because on Linux we mostly either do find or locate. So there are like a couple that are different, and then the rest of them are pretty identical to what goes on inside of Linux. We have the networking commands, so arp, ifconfig, netstat, port forward, and route. We have the system commands, so clear EV, clearing the event logs, execute, get PID, get UID, kill, pkill, ps, reboot, shell, shutdown, sysinfo, all of those. And then of course the other commands that are pretty solid as well. So webcam, chat, list, and snap. Like these things are very, very interesting. Hash dump is very, very powerful and very useful. It dumps the contents of the SAM database and a variety of other stuff as well. So if you have a keystroke buffer, it dumps the contents of that. You can actually start capturing keystrokes. You can stop capturing keystrokes. There's a lot of good stuff that you can do with it. So these are just some of the commands, the core commands, as well as some of the kind of the ancillary commands that comes within the Meterpreter tool. And now we can talk about post-exploitation with Meterpreter. We actually ran a post-exploitation exercise in the last episode that we did, and we were using Meterpreter to actually make it happen. So that is just one example of using post-exploitation tactics with Meterpreter. Once you're inside the Meterpreter session, again, if you just type in help, it'll give you a bunch of different options for your given environment, depending on what operating system or payload you used. The get UID command will display the user with the Meterpreter currently running, so the user ID where you're actually running. So NT authority system is what you're actually running as. This will give you an idea of your possible privilege level on the target system, or an admin like NT authority system, or just a regular user. The PS command will list all the running processes. The PID column will also give you information that you will need to migrate Meterpreter to another process. So we have the PS command. It'll give us all of the PSs, the processes that are running on this particular machine. And there's nothing that has anything to do with Meterpreter on here. So as we established in a couple of readings ago, spool SV is the one that's assigned to this particular thing. So if we did the get PID of our specific session, it would show that most likely it's 1304, and the 1304 PID is associated with the spool SV executable. Migrating to another process will help Meterpreter interact with it. For example, if you see word processing running on the target, like Word, exe, or Notepad, you can migrate to it and start capturing keystrokes sent by the user to that process. Some Meterpreter versions will offer you the key scan, start, stop, and dump command options to make Meterpreter act like a keylogger. Migrating to another process may also help you have more stable Meterpreter sessions. To migrate to any process, you need to type the migrate command followed by the PID of the desired process. So first you would type PS to actually get the list of the processes, and then you can do migrate and then transfer yourself to that given PID, and it will transfer from 1304, which is where it's currently at, to 716, and then the migration will be done successfully. You may lose your user privileges if you migrate from a higher privilege, meaning the system user, to a process started by a lower privileged user. So keep that in mind, and you may not be able to gain them back without rerunning your entire Meterpreter session. And then we have the hash dump command, which will list all the contents of the SAM database. The security account manager database stores user passwords on Windows systems, and these passwords are stored in the NTLM, New Technology LAN Manager format. And so we see this here. So hash dump, administrator, guest, John, and then we have their group ID, and then you have their password hash, which is this second portion right here after this colon that you see right here. So it's not mathematically possible to crack these. You may still discover the clear text password using online NTLM databases or rainbow table attacks or John the Ripper or something like that. They can be used in past the hash attacks as well to authenticate to other systems that these users can access the same network. The search command is useful to locate files with potentially juicy information. In a CTF context, this can be used to quickly find a flag or proof file. While in actual penetration testing engagements, you may need to search for user-generated files or configuration files that may contain passwords or account information. So you can search for a file named flag2.txt, and it'll give you the full path of that, which is very useful. Shell command will launch a regular command line shell on the target system. Pressing Ctrl Z will help you go back to the Meterpreter shell. So you have the shell, just that's it, and then press enter, and it'll actually turn it into a Windows shell for you, just like that. So that's pretty much it. That's all we got for all the README materials. And now we actually get to go into our post-exploitation challenge using Meterpreter. Meterpreter provides several exploitation tools, post-exploitation tools. So
Commands mentioned previously were the get system or hash dump will provide important leveraged information for privilege escalation and lateral movement. Meterpreter is also a good base that you can use to run post-exploitation modules available on the Metasploit framework. You can use the load command to leverage additional tools like the Kiwi or even Python. So you can say load Python and it'll actually load Python for you. And it says Python execute print TryHackMe rocks, it'll actually print TryHackMe rocks. So the syntax seems to be a little bit different because I think you have to do Python execute to actually be able to run that specific command. It'll have several goals, right? The functions can assist all of them. Gathering further information about the target system, looking for interesting files, credentials, network interfaces, generally interesting information on the target, privilege escalation and lateral movement. Just based on the function that you're trying to pursue, you'll have different options available for you. Once any additional tool is loaded using the load command, you will see new options on the help menu. The example shows the added Kiwi module. So if you do load Kiwi, and then you see this right here, and then you type help, then you'll be able to get the help menu that has to do with Kiwi, right? And these are just some of the Kiwi commands that are available. So retrieve all credentials, credentials for Kerberos, so on and so forth. And the question below will help you have a better understanding of how Meterpreter can be used in post-exploitation. You can use the credentials to simulate an initial compromise over SMB using the exploit Windows SMB PSExec, and then we can answer these questions. So let's do it. The first step for us would be to use MSF console and actually load the MSF console. All right, cool. So we got that. And now we need to use this specific exploit that we have here, which will be done by doing use exploit /Windows SMB and PSExec. And we should be able to load that real quick. And then from there, we need to essentially just modify our options on it to use this username and password. So the B Allen and password for B Allen. All right, very cool. There we go. So now we're going to load the options here. So we're just going to do show options. And then these are all the things that are available for this specific exploit. So what do we have? We have nothing required up here. So C host, C port, so on and so forth. These things are not required, so that's fine. What else do we have down here? We have the R hosts, which is also not required, interestingly enough. But we do need to have the SMB pass and the user. And let me see. To simulate an initial compromise over SMB for this particular person. Even though it says it's not required, I feel like I do need to put the R host anyway, because it's like, how are you going to log in? Where are you going to log in? So 10.10.152.222 is going to be our R hosts, and the SMB pass and SMB user are going to be these guys right here. So okay, there we go. We set our data and everything that we needed to set, so I think it should be fine. So fingers crossed, typing run, and it says the module can target a session or an R host. Exploit failed. The payload has not been selected. I see. We need to select a payload. I have not selected a payload. Okay, that seems to be a little bit better. The first time I tried to load it, for whatever reason, it didn't give me these messages, and I don't think it loaded everything properly. So let's do show options one more time. And yes, this is very, very different. Okay. So, all right. So now we actually do have the L host and L ports that are over here. There was a pre-configured payload that's here as well. The SMB pass is already here, so that's nice. And the user, these things saved for me. And then the R host, which is the 10.10.152.222, which is our target here, all of that has been saved as well. But some of these options, I mean, you literally can just rewind the video and go see that these things weren't even present the last time that I ran it. So I think it just didn't load the exploit properly. But now that we have this, we should be able to just run this bad boy.
and see what we get. All right, so I had to run it twice because it's not the most reliable exploit. The first time it didn't work, the second time it worked, and now we actually have the Meterpreter session. So that is perfect. Now, we can actually start doing some post-exploitation stuff. So we can basically, post-exploitation means you've now exploited, you have the Meterpreter session. Now you need to start gathering information, basically. That's it. So what is the computer name? And the hint says, oh, sysinfo. So we're going to use the sysinfo command. And then it's going to give us the computer name, the OS name, so on and so forth. So there we go. Computer name is Acme test, as it says right here. What is the target domain? It's also over here as well. So domain is flash. We have that over there as well. What is the name of the share that's likely created by the user? And so this would be using the post Windows gather enum shares module. You'll need to background the session, da 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 da. Okay, so we need to background the session. We could do Control Z, and it says, do you want a background? I'm going to say yes and press enter. So now it's been backgrounded. So if I do sessions, I press enter. Now I can see that I have this session right here. And this is the connection that we have. It's a Meterpreter session, and the ID number is 1. So now I have this backgrounded session. I need to do the enum shares tool. So we're going to type back, press enter. And what was the thing? It was post Windows gather enum shares. So let's see if I can remember that. Or I'm just going to do search enum shares like that. And there's only one. Perfect. So we're just going to use that. And then we're going to do show options. And it's going to say that you need to fill in a session. So we're just going to say set session to ID 1, because there's literally one thing that I got. And then boom, run it. And now we get all of our information for our enum shares. So what do we need? It says, what is the name of the share likely created by the user? So these are the various shares, right? So you have the Windows sysvol, that's by the system, sysvol, that's by the system. By the user Speedster shares Speedster, that's the name of the share. That's what we got. What is the NTLM hash of the JChambers user? And in the Meterpreter prompt, you will need to migrate to the LSAS ESE process first, and then run hash dump. So, whoops, let me see if I could fix this. Okay, cool. So we're able to do that. So we're going to go back here, and then we're going to do sessions-I1 so that we can actually go back into our Meterpreter. We're just basically saying I want to start interacting with that session that I backgrounded, which is my Meterpreter session. And now I need to find the process ID of the LSAS process, so that we can actually go ahead and do our dump of all of the credentials. So where's LSAS? Right here. So 764 is the process ID of LSAS. Okay, perfect. So what we're going to do is we're going to migrate to that process ID, and the command, I think it was just migrate to the actual process ID. So let me just confirm that, but I'm pretty sure that's what all it, yeah, migrate to the process ID. So migrating to the process ID of LSAS would be to migrate to 764. So we're going to do migrate 764, enter, and migrating from 3808 to 764. Migration has been done successfully. And then once we are there, we now do hash dump. So let's do that. Oh, it closed my Meterpreter session. So did I skip a step? Maybe. Let's see. Use Meterpreter. You'll need to migrate to this, then run hash dump. I did do that. Okay, so my Meterpreter session died. So now I need to reconnect, because I guess I did not have the best little session. So let's do this one more time. All right, cool. So that took a few tries this time around, actually. Same data, like I didn't change any of it. I ran run a few times and it said no, 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 no.
And then the last time that I ran, I did use the word exploit and it went through. So I don't know if that's maybe the reason why, but okay, so now we have our Meterpreter session. So now what we need to do one more time is do a process list so we can get our LSAS. And if I do a PID of my current session, or get PID, excuse me, that would be my current PID is 3976, which is the PowerShell PID is what I have right now. And I need to get the LSAS connection, which is this one right here. So 736. So we're going to migrate to 736. Let's try that. Let's see if it'll actually work and it won't kick us out, hopefully. And the migration has been completed. Excellent. Okay, so here we go. Hash dump. Let's see. Don't kick me out. Session closed. Reason died. Why? Why is this closing my session and dying? Ugh, this is annoying. All right. I guess we're going to do this one more time. Okay, here we go. We got another Meterpreter session in this particular case. Instead of switching to the LSAS session, or the LSAS process, I'm just going to run hash dump. And are you kidding me? Wait, did it work? Metasploit. No, it did not work. Undefined method for this guy. Administrator worked, but nothing else worked. So it says, what's the NTLM hash for J Chambers? And we were not able to get that for this person. Okay, so this is what is the current stopping us right here. Like, this is the big thing that's stopping us. So get PID for me is still 3968, which is PowerShell, which is obnoxious. And what do we got? We need to go to LSAS based on what the instructions keep telling us to do. And every time that I do that, it doesn't like properly work. So LSAS 732 is what I have here. Is there another one that I'm missing? No, that's not. So, I mean, that's pretty, like, it's pretty annoying, honestly. But I will try it one more time, and I'm just going to wait. After I make the switch, I'm just going to wait and give it like a minute before I do the hash dump one more time and have it kick me out again. So we're migrating to LSAS, which is 732. Enter. This is going to go through fine because every time that we did it, it was fine. Okay, so we're good now. All right, so let's do get PID. And I'm now 732, which is, I'm the LSAS. Okay, here we go. Okay, it didn't kick me out, so that's good. At least it didn't kick me out. So let's see if I can get any information on here. It says undefined method ID for nil class. It still got me the hash dump for this guy. So I mean, it got me the administrator's hash. I don't know if that's what I'm supposed to be using. I feel like it's supposed to be more straightforward than this, where we would get the information for whoever that person is, right? Like, I really feel like it's supposed to be much more straightforward. I feel like I shouldn't have to go and try to crack this guy's hash. But just in case, let's copy this and let's see if we can crack it using CrackStation real quick. All right, so we have the administrator's password. Password 123 is the administrator's password. Okay, let's try one more time to see if we can get J Chambers. So, I mean, for the most part, right, I've done everything exactly as we're being told to do it. It's just, it's not giving me the output because I think it's not the most reliable thing right now. And that happens, it does happen where you get like unreliable output. So I will keep trying. If not, I will most likely have to log in as the admin. Ooh, wait, I think
Did that give me something extra this time? No. It just keeps giving me the admin stuff, and it says error while calling the hash dump undefined method ID for nil class call stack is this is what it's actually trying to do, and it's not working for it. So let's see. Okay, so instead of using hash dump inside of Meterpreter, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to background my session, and I'm going to go find one of the post exploitation tools for hash dump. So there's actually something called hash dump that is a part of our post exploitation tools, and it will allow us to hopefully get the information by using it in the aftermath. So let's see. So we got a couple here. We have the post Windows gather and then Windows gather smart hash dump. So both of these technically should work. So we'll do 19, which is the post Windows gather hash dump. Let me see, show options here. It just requires that session, and we have session ID number 3. So we're going to set the session to 3, and we're going to run it. Okay, so that one didn't work. So let's try that one more time. And this time around, we're going to use the smart hash dump. All right, there we go. Congratulations, it worked. So this one was the smart hash dump. So we did a post exploitation. This is, I think this is not the same as what we were supposed to do inside of the instructions that they gave us, because it basically says then run hash dump, and it implies that you're supposed to run hash dump from Meterpreter. And so that is definitely not what I did. I did migrate to the LSAS first, and I ran hash dump multiple times that you saw. That didn't work, and so we backgrounded that Meterpreter session, and then we came inside of these post exploitation modules that we have, and I'm using the smart hash dump module specifically, and it worked like a charm. I set the session to the Meterpreter session that we had in the background, and it worked very well. So J Chambers is the guy that we're interested in. So the NTLM hash of J Chambers is, it starts from this 69 right here, because NTLM, the first hash right here that you see is the user, and then the second hash that you see is the passwords hash. So that is J Chambers' password hash. Very good. So now what is the clear text password of J Chambers? So we're just going to take this hash like this. Wait, hold on. I'm going to take that. Copy that. Go to CrackStation. Paste it. And it is trust no one. So there we go. That is his hash clear text. And then what is the secrets.txt file located? So let's find the secrets.txt. So now we need to go out of here, and then we need to interact with session 3, which is our Meterpreter. It says sessions interact 3, and now it should be Meterpreter. Great. So now I want to search for the file by the name secrets.txt. All right, so that took a couple of minutes for this search to actually finish, but we actually got it. So this is the full path of that file, and you need to just copy that to be able to answer this question. So it says, what is the full path of the file? And there it is. So what is the Twitter password inside of that file? So what we need to do is I'm just going to do a cat, and then I'm going to paste that over here, because it will just display it onto the screen for me. And paste and enter. The system cannot find the file specified. Why not? What? You literally have it. It's right there. What do you mean, bro? It's literally right there. Okay, so if that's the case, then what we're going to do is we're going to print our working directory. We're just going to do some basic navigation then, if that's the case. So we are currently in this location. We need to go to program files. So we need to go program files. Let me see. Right here, program files 86. Yeah, so cd program files x86, like that. Take me there. Am I here? I am actually here. Excellent. Where's the location of this thing? It is Windows Multimedia Platform and then secrets. So program files, cd Windows Multimedia Platform. And there it is. So secrets.txt. And there we go. Twitter password is yada yada yada. And it includes that exclamation at the end of it. So that's very important. And we got that. All right, so what is the real secret? Where is the real secret file located? Full path of the file. So we are going to go back to our main directory here. Where is the main directory? Okay, there we go. So now we're going to search for the file. I guess I could have just done this *.txt because I should have known that we needed to find more files with a txt extension, but I feel like it's going to bring a bunch of different files. So that's the issue right there, is that it's going to bring you a bunch of different files, and we're looking for the one real secret.txt, and thankfully it's the very, very last file, so that's nice. So real secret.txt is right there. And that is the full path to it. And what is the real secret is the final question that we have here. So we are going to go into inetpub here, and then www.root, and then in here we should have a real secret file. So we're going to cat the real secret. And the real secret is that Flash is the fastest man alive. I mean, duh. And that's pretty much it. That is literally the last question that we had over here. So pretty exciting. I think for the most part, everything was really easy to do, with the exception of the dumping of the hash file for this particular question. And I had to use a post exploitation module instead of just using hash dump inside of the Meterpreter prompt. So that was the big thing. And if you just rewind that and just watch that all over again, I'll show you it, like literally you'll see step by step exactly what I did, and you'll be able to get that answer. And from there, everything else was pretty easy to do. So hopefully you learned a lot from this exercise. This was a fun little exercise, like a good reminder for me to be able to go through all of this stuff. And I actually learned a lot from it. So I hope you actually learned a lot from it as well. If you got any value from this video, or if you like this video, or if you would like to find more videos like this one and get notified of them, please make sure that you like, subscribe, and turn on notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out, especially in the CySec101 pathway that we're on right now. And then just go check out all the other videos that are also on the channel, because there's a lot of stuff that's on here. There's other Metasploit videos that I've already recorded that are on here. I think the ones that I just did over the last few days are better explained, because the first time that I was going through Metasploit, I was also learning a lot about Metasploit, so I wasn't able to properly really explain everything that's going on as best as I think I was able to do today. And so, you know, apart from that, I think there's a lot of other stuff that's available that you can just use for your own further education. Drop a comment if you have any questions. If any part of what we talked about today didn't make sense, drop a comment. I'll definitely respond to your comment in the comment section. If you just want to say hi, say hi. But for the most part, I am very responsive. Depending on what your comment or your question is, I will get to it as quickly as I possibly can. And if it requires a video response, then I'll create a video response for your comment or question. So make sure that you like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out inside of the CySec101 series, including
the very last one that we're going to do for exploitation, which is going to be that blue exercise, the blue room. And from there, that's pretty much it. So drop a comment, make sure you say hi. If you want to say thanks, all that good shit, and I'll see you. Another way to say thanks would be to support this channel by joining Hackaholics Anonymous, the premier community for security professionals and hackers. We have 4 tiers: the supporter, agent, guardian, and master. Each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content, but the agent, guardian, master levels get exclusive content, exclusive downloads, monthly Python automations, live streams with me every single month, plus so much more. And to join, you can simply click the link in the description below, or you can go to our homepage and click the join button there, or you can go to youtube.com/@HankHacksHackers/join, and you'll be able to join Hackaholics Anonymous. I hope I see you in the Discord chats. If not, I hope I see you in the comment section. And apart from that, that's it. It's your boy Hank Hackerson at Hank Hacks Hackers, your favorite network and system attacker/protector. If no one else loves you, Hank loves you. Love, peace, and chicken grease. And I'll see you in the next video. Later. In episode 29 of the CySec101 training series, we are going through the blue exercise. This is essentially, I'm guessing, for Microsoft Windows. That's why they call it blue. And this is a part of the Exploitation Basics module, which is a part of the Cybersecurity 101 pathway of TryHackMe. And this is pretty much the last room that we have in the Exploitation Basics module that you see over here. And I think it's going to be a good one. It's pretty much a pen testing exercise that we're going to run to be able to capture 3 different flags, and we are exploiting a Windows machine. There are 5 steps in this specific exercise. We have the recon, gain access, escalate, cracking, and of course finding the flags at the very end. And this is actually a free room that is inside of TryHackMe, which means that you don't need a paid subscription to go through this room. And you can follow along this video and join this room for free, deploy the attack box for free, deploy the target machine for free, and essentially run along with me command by command as we go ahead and capture these flags. So if you already have a free membership, I recommend you log in. If you don't, get yourself a free membership. You can do so through the link in the description below. And then if you ever wanted to get a paid membership, the link in the description will give you a discount on your monthly payment. So that is pretty much it for kind of like the overview of this thing, and we're about to jump into it. If you'd like to support this channel, consider joining Hackaholics Anonymous, the premier YouTube community for security professionals and hackers. We have 4 tiers: the supporter, agent, guardian, and master. And each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content, while the agent, guardian, and master levels get exclusive content, exclusive downloads, monthly Python automations, live streams with me every single month, and of course so much more. And you can join by simply clicking the link in the description below, or you can go to our homepage and click the join button there, or you can go to youtube.com/@HankHacksHackers/join, and you'll be able to join Hackaholics Anonymous. Now, without further ado, let us jump into the blue room. All right, every pen test exercise starts with reconnaissance and running recon, and we really aren't given much instructions on what we're supposed to do. This is strictly just go through all of the questions here and then just answer each individual question that's each one of these tasks. So they don't give us instructions to do it. They just tell us that, okay, go do this and get this answer, go do this and get this answer. So essentially all we are doing is we're left to our own devices, and we're just finding the answers to these questions. I've already started the attack box. I've already started the virtual machine, and that's pretty much what we're doing. The one note that we have here is that, scan and learn what exploit machine is vulnerable to. And then please note that this machine does not respond to ping, which is ICMP, and may take a few minutes to boot up. This room is not meant to be a boot to root CTF. Rather, this is an educational series for complete beginners. Professionals will likely get very little out of this room beyond basic practice, and the process here is meant to be beginner focused. So for the most part, if you are an absolute beginner, you're going to have a lot of fun with this. If you are intermediate or advanced, then you're probably going to breeze through this room, and it'll be like a refresher on certain techniques or tactics or something like that, but nothing crazy. So this is, again, it's a part of CySec101, right? Cybersecurity 101. So this is a capture the flag type of an exercise that is designed for people who are starting out in pen testing. So just keep that in mind. That being said, our first question here.
are, let's see, it says scan the machine. If you're unsure to tackle this, go through Nmap. If you have not watched any of the Nmap videos before, I'm going to go through some Nmap tactics that we're going to run to be able to scan our machine. And then our question that we have to answer at the bottom, I don't want to kind of reveal it. It says how many ports are open with a port number under 1,000. And let's actually get that going. So we're going to start our terminal right here. And our IP address is right here. So this is the IP address that we're scanning. So the Nmap scan that I usually run is Nmap, and then I will do S, lowercase s, capital S, and then I'll paste the IP address over here. And then I'll do a VV for very verbose, just because I want to see what's kind of going to happen as the scan progresses. I don't want to wait until the very end to get any kind of results. I would like to see if I can get the results as the scan is completing. So VV is usually, it's like a good habit to have when you're running an Nmap scan or any tool that allows you to have a verbose output. I recommend running it verbosely so that you can actually see everything as it's happening. So that's basically it. We're doing a stealth scan. That's what the SS here represents. It's a SYN stealth scan, and we're running it against our IP address. We're going to press enter. And then just like that, you see that we have all these open ports, and it was very quick. Stealth scans are typically very quick because it's not relying on the full TCP handshake to be completed. And so it says, how many do you have that are under 1,000? And so we have 135, 139, 445, and then the rest of these are obviously above 1,000. And so we have 3 ports that are open to or under 1,000, and the answer, in fact, is 3. Now it says, what is this machine vulnerable to? Answer is in this form, MS, yada, yada, yada. So what we can see over here is that we have these 3 ports, or I mean, way more than 3 ports that are open. The services on these right here are unknown services. We do have Microsoft here, we have NetBIOS, and we have MSRPC. And I would say, just based on previous exercises that we've done, I already recognize this 445 TCP, so on and so forth. But just to make it a little bit more robust, so to get a little bit more information if we possibly can, I'm going to run another Nmap scan, and then I'm going to try to figure out what vulnerabilities we can find for these given ports, these open ports that we have. So we're going to clear the screen real quick, and essentially what we're going to do is we're going to run a vulnerability script. So it's script, and I think it's script equals vuln for vulnerability, and then we're just going to run it against the IP address that we have. And this is one of the this is one of the options that we have that's available inside of Nmap, where you can actually run a variety of different scripts, including a vulnerability scanner with Nmap, within Nmap itself. And I just want to confirm, it's actually no, there's no equal sign. So it's just script vuln is what we see over here. And so we are going to go ahead and remove this equal sign and basically run it like that, I think. And so we will go ahead and just run this thing. And of course, I'm going to add a VV at the very end of it. And then it's going to run, and it will go look at whatever the open ports are and try to find what are any vulnerabilities that it possibly can for us. And this would be one of these ways where you can kind of ensure that you have details about your vulnerabilities. And then there's going to be another version of the scan that I'm going to run to try to get information for us about these open ports, to try to see if we can find other vulnerabilities in other ways. But this is like one of the pre-embedded or pre-configured methods that you can use Nmap to try to find vulnerabilities for any given service or any given open port, is just using the vulnerability scanning script that's inside of Nmap. So I'm going to give this a little bit of time to finish, and then we'll review the results. And then if it doesn't give us what we're looking for, I'll do another strategy. Okay, so this is actually exactly what I was looking for, and it is very, very powerful. This is one of my favorite things about Nmap, among all of the other options that you can run with it and a lot of the other things that you can do. So this is basically where it ends, or where the scan essentially finishes, and it starts outputting the results for us. And so we see, we have the ports 35 or 135, 139. So we can see that we have the list of the open ports here. It still has these services available for us. It says script execution failed on these things, so on and so forth. And then when we scroll down a little bit here, it says host script results that we have. And right here, it says Samba Vuln CVE 2012 1182. That's one potential vulnerability. SMB, so server message block vulnerability, MS10, MS17, and these got access denied or false. But this one right here, the MS17, is actually vulnerable, and it's showing remote code execution vulnerability in Microsoft SMB servers, which is MS17010. And then we have the CVE that is associated with it. Risk factor is high, critical remote execution vulnerability, so on and so forth. So we basically have the vulnerability that we are looking for this exercise. And it's a really strong vulnerability. It's a high risk factor. And it's you can actually go and read into this on the MITRE website on the CVE database and see a bunch of different details about it as well. But for the intensive purposes of this exercise and the purpose of what we're supposed to be running right now, we actually got the response that we were looking for. So it says, what is this machine vulnerable to? And that is the MS17010 or 010. And that is the vulnerability that is associated with it. And you also do have all these hints as well that just tell you what to run. So, it said SV script vuln target IP is what it was asking us to run at the very, very beginning. I didn't do that. I did the SS scan. And then what we ultimately did run the vulnerability script as well to be able to find out what the vulnerability was. Near the top of the output, you can see the port and state service is telling you where to find that. And then over here it says revealed by shadow brokers exploit an issue within the SMB v1. So we got there. We got to the end result that we were supposed to get to. We just didn't do it exactly the way that they outlined for us, which there's that whole saying, there's a lot of different ways to climb a tree. And that's kind of what we got to here. So we didn't have to run the SV scan. We ran the SS scan at the very beginning. We found the 3 open ports. And then we also found the vulnerability by doing the same exact vulnerability scan that they had, which is the script vuln option inside of Nmap. So far, so good. Now let's talk about the gain access here. How do we gain access? All right, so since this is technically all part of the exploitation module and everything that we've done so far in this module has been with Metasploit, obviously we're going to be starting Metasploit. So you do MSF console and you press enter and it works on starting Metasploit for you. It takes about a minute to do, so we will let that load real quick and then we'll jump into the rest of these questions that we have for gaining access. All right, cool. The Metasploit has loaded for us and we are ready to run and gun. Okay, so the question right here says, find the exploitation code that we will run against the machine. What is the full path of the code? And the exploitation code has to do with the vulnerability that we just found. The best way that we can actually do it is literally just go ahead and search for the vulnerability by the code itself or attached to it. So it was it was search, and then we're going to do MS17 and press enter, and then it'll run a search through all of the exploits that are available, and it'll find for us anything that has to do with the MS17. I guess I could have done MS17010 as well, and then it'll just do that search and it'll give us a response. Okay, so a better search was actually doing the full MS17-010. And then we do see that we get, 29 different options that are available for us. But the one that we're looking for is the one that actually says exploit. These are auxiliaries. That's an auxiliary. And so we're going to go to the top and find the exploit for MS17. And then there's 2 of them. So there is the exploit Windows MS17 PS exec, and then we have the exploit Windows MS17 Eternal Blue. And that's the one in particular that we are going to end up using. And this is the one for Eternal Blue SMB Remote Windows Kernel Pool Corruption. That is the one that we are most interested in, and that is indeed the answer. And that's the full path that they're looking for right there, which is the MS17 full path for the exploit, which is exploit Windows, SMB, so on and so forth. So that's basically it. And so now, since we know we're going to end up using it, we're just going to do use 0, and it's going to choose it for us. You can also do use and then type out that entire full path, exploit, Windows, SMB, so on and so forth. So I can just do use 0 because I had the list in front of me, and it will pull that up for me. And now we can look at the options for this. To pull up the options, you literally type show options once you're inside of the exploit, and it gives you all the options. So these are the ones that have already been pre-configured for me. That's the IP address of my attack box that I've been assigned. That's just going to be the default listening port that we have on this. And if we scroll up a little bit, we'll get the options for choosing our target. So everything that you saw, the L port and the L host, has to do with your local port and local host, or otherwise known as the listening port and the listening host. And so what we need is the R host and the R port, and the R host would be the remote host, and then that's the remote port on that host. And this has already been pre-configured for us as well, because when we ran Nmap, we saw that port 445 was the open port, and then when we ran the vulnerability scanner, we saw that the MS17 exploit, the vulnerability for MS17, was on port 445, because that's the service that is the vulnerable service. So this part we're not going to change. The only thing we need to change is the R host portion, and we need to set the R host to this target, this IP address that we have over here. So we're going to go ahead and do that very simply by just typing in set R hosts, and then we're going to paste that IP address and press enter, and then it'll give us our host has been set. And then if I do show options one more time and then scroll to the top, we'll see that we now have our host has been set. And so we have officially configured our host here, or our vulnerability exploit. We've configured the exploit to actually run for us. So that's what we needed to set, which is the R host option. So it says show options. Show options is literally by typing in show options, and then set the one required value, which is the R host value, and that's the name of it. So now it says usually it would be fine to run this as is. However, for the sake of learning, you should do one more thing before exploiting the target by entering the following command and pressing enter. And we are now setting our payload to the Windows x64 architecture, and then we want a reverse shell TCP to be able to run for us. That's basically it. And you can, for the most part, you can, in every exercise that I've ran that had the MS17, you could actually just run it by doing the reverse TCP payload that already exists, which is this piece, Windows. It's still the x64 architecture. It's a Meterpreter shell. It's not an actual shell. It's a Meterpreter session, I guess we should say. It's a Meterpreter session instead of a shell session, and it's still doing a reverse TCP. And for the most part, when you run it as is like this with this payload, it still works and everything's all good. What we're going to do in this particular case is we're just going to set the payload to be the payload that they want us to run for the purposes of this exercise. So I'm just literally going to do set payload, and then we'll do Windows x64 and then shell and then reverse underscore TCP, press enter, and then we can double check that we have actually set the payload to Windows x64 shell reverse TCP. So that's all good, and that's very nice. And now we can just run the exploit, and the way that we would run the exploit is by literally typing in run and then pressing enter. And sometimes you have to do this more than once for it to connect. I feel like it's about to connect right now though. But usually, because it's not the like highest guarantee of exploits, sometimes you have to run it multiple times before you can get the shell. Although it seems like it's about to connect right now. So let's see. It did. Perfect. So it actually connected, and we now have a shell to this Windows machine. So that is perfect. And with that, we've run the exploit. And now the final thing is, says confirm that it's actually running. You may have to press enter for the DOS shell to appear. For me, it already appeared, so it's all good. And then so we want to background it so that we can generate a post-exploitation. So what we're going to do is we're going to do Control and then Z, and then it's going to say, do you want to background this session? I'm going to type yes or Y and then press enter. And now it's been backgrounded, and notice that it went back to my previous command line instead of being in this command line that we have, which is for our target machine. Now, if we want to see where our backgrounds are, we just type in sessions with an S at the end of it, press enter, and it says that we have an open session right now with the ID of 1, and it's a shell on a Windows machine, and it's on that specific target, so on and so forth. Or excuse me, I guess it's on, which target is it? It's on the 10.10.148. This is my attack box, my bad. So that's my attack box IP address and port, and then the 10.10.140.48 is the IP address of my target machine. So that's basically the session that I have that is in my background right now, and I'm currently back in my exploit for Eternal Blue, but I know that we're going to probably end up running a post exploitation module now. So we're going to type back and press enter, and we're going to be at our basic MSF6 command line here, and now we can move on to the next portion, which is going to be our escalate portion. So let's run the exercises here. All right, so for our escalate privileges exercises, we need to learn how to upgrade shells in Metasploit and convert the shell that we have into a Meterpreter session. Although if we would have not changed our payload in the last exercise, we would have already had a Meterpreter session, but I guess we're just trying to flex different muscles and learn different things right now. So it says if you haven't done so already, backgrounded. We've already backgrounded it. Research online how to convert a shell to Meterpreter shell in Metasploit. What is the name of the post module that we will use and the exact path that you're looking for that? So one thing that we can do is I can just go here, and we are looking for the shell to Meterpreter, right? So we want to convert a shell to a Meterpreter. So one of the things that you can do is you can search, and then first I know that I'm looking for a post exploitation module. So I can do type post, and then I can do shell, come on, shell to Meterpreter, and that would be my search. So I'm going to press enter, and I have a handful. I literally have 6 different options that show up, and they're all post-exploitation. So that's what's very useful about this. So what we're trying to do here is we are trying to convert our shell into Meterpreter. So if we look at the descriptions, this is multi-gather run shell command resource file. That's not it. Multi-gather ubiquity unify controller backup. That's not it. Multi-recon local exploit suggester. That's not it. Shell to Meterpreter upgrade, that sounds pretty solid. Windows manage PowerShell download and or execute, that's not it. And Windows PowerShell execution post module. This could be it, but this one sounds, based on basically what they said, this literally sounds like exactly what we wanted, which is the post multi-manage shell to Meterpreter. So this is the full path right here. Post multi-manage shell to Meterpreter. And so if I go over here, that was the answer as well. Post multi-manage shell to Meterpreter. So far, so good. And it seems like we're going to probably end up using that. So what we're going to do is we're just going to use number 3 right here. So I'm just going to do that and press enter. And then it's now going to convert my command line into post multi-manage shell to Meterpreter. So now that we have this, we need to show the options for this. And it says that there are, what do we have? We have the local host, and then we have local port, and then session. So local host does not seem to be required. The session is definitely required, and that's one of the things that we have to set, which is we backgrounded that Meterpreter session, or not Meterpreter, the shell session. We backgrounded that shell session. So it says select this module, use the module path. Show options, what are we required to change, and that is the session. And it says set the required option. You may need to list all the sessions to find your target and then run it. If it doesn't work, try completing the exploit from the previous task once more. So hopefully it'll work the first time around and we will be able to run it. So we can see that we need to set the session, and just to confirm, I know it's session 1 because there was only one literally. So the session will be to 1. That's basically what I'm doing. I'm going to do set session, and then I'm going to do 1, press enter, and now I can do show options again, and then we can see that the session has already been adjusted. And so far we're just good, and now we can just run the exploit or the post exploitation module, and hopefully it'll work and I don't have to redo the last exploit for the shell. So let's give it a second. Okay, so it seems like it actually worked. So let's see if we did sessions I and then 2. Dash I means that you would interact with that session. And it seems like it worked. I mean, I have a Meterpreter session, and if I do who am I, okay, well, who am I doesn't work for this. So let's say PWD. Yeah, I mean, it looks like it worked. So I'm going to just kind of continue with the exercises, hoping that it did actually work, because it did generate a Meterpreter shell for me, or a Meterpreter session for me based on that original session. Although when I was looking at the results, it kind of looked funky. So when I ran the exploit that we see right here, it said post-module execution completed, and then it immediately went into this, and then it said stopping exploit multi-handler, and then I manually interrupted it, and I just did Control-C to manually interrupt it, and then I just ran the sessions just to see, and then I saw that there was a second session, and basically the rest of it you were here for. So hopefully that worked. We'll see if it actually did work. And now it says once the Meterpreter shell conversion completes, select that session, and we just did that. So verify that you have escalated to NT authority system. Run get system to confirm this via the command shell. Feel free to use it to open a DOS shell via the command shell and run who am I. So let's see if we do the get system, press enter. It says you're already running at system, and let's see if I do system info. I guess it doesn't give me, or sysinfo. If I do sysinfo, it says that I'm at Windows 7. John PC is where I'm running it at. x64 Windows, so on and so forth. So it doesn't look like I am escalated to NT authority system, and I think I can do get UID. Oh, I am NT authority system. So get UID is showing me who I am technically as the server, and that is indeed who I am. So get UID confirms that I am actually NT authority system, and that's great. And then let's see, what else do we need? And it says get system is already running as system, so that's been confirmed here as well. And feel free to open a DOS shell via the command shell and run who am I. This should return that we are indeed system. Background this shell afterwards and select our Meterpreter session for usage again. So if we do, I mean, I've already confirmed it. So if I type in shell and press enter, it'll turn me into this shell again. And then who am I will again tell me who I am, which is the authority system. And again, it's, I mean, that's kind of confirming everything that we already did. So we have now, what is it? Let's try to background this one more time. Control Z, Y, enter, and that's all good. And so we are now inside of the Meterpreter shell. Okay, so very good. So we are now back in the Meterpreter session. And so it says list all of the processes running via the PS command. Just because we are system doesn't mean that our process is system. Find a process towards the bottom of the list that is running at NT authority system and write down the PID, which is on the far left column, and then migrate to this process where the process ID is, and you just wrote down in the previous step. This may take several attempts. Migrating process is not very stable. If this fails, you may need to rerun the conversion process or reboot the machine and start once again. I really hope I don't have to do that. So let's see if we can actually run this the first time around. So the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to first just look at the list of the processes by typing PS and then pressing enter. And then we can see that it shows you, you know, which one you're running under. So NT authority system, so on and so forth, and its con host is one of them. And we have there's a list of them over here that seem to be running as NT authority system. So we can confirm that, and it literally says that the user is this, and the path to whatever the session is or the process is also at the end of it. And we're interested in this number right here. In the very first column is the PID. The second column is the parent process ID. So you don't want that. You want the PID here. So we are looking for, I mean, a pretty solid one, I guess I would say. It could be the trusted installer. It could be con host. So it could be 2928, I guess. So I'll just do that. So migrate 2928 is what I will do. Or actually, let's just double check and make sure that's not who I am already. So I can do the get UID, and that is actually who I am, my bad. So not get UID, excuse me, it's get PID. Get PID is 2336. Okay, so that's not who I am. That's who I am right here, is the PowerShell. And I mean, it already says that I'm also NT authority system as well. So that's the other piece that it's like, okay, well, my user actually is get NT authority system, but let's just, for, I guess, shits and giggles, we'll convert to 2928. And we are migrating from 2336 to 2928. Meterpreter session closed. Reason died. That's not good. That seems like we need to go back and retry this whole thing. I don't know why we would need to change it if we were already in the NT authority system. And yeah, it totally kicked me out. So let's see if we still have our sessions. Yeah, we have the original session. And so let's do show options, and we have session 1 already. So let's run it, and let's see if we can get an exploit on the multi-handler, the Meterpreter. And I guess we'll try it again. We'll see how it goes. Okay, so I believe it worked. It pretty much did a similar pattern as the last time that I ran this. So if I'm just going to do Control C and then I'll do sessions, we should have a Meterpreter. There we go. Okay, so we'll do sessions and we'll interact with ID3 and we should be back in our Meterpreter. And then if I do get UID one more time, I should be NT authority system. So, I mean, for the most part, I feel like I am this person. So now we can technically move on to the cracking stage right here. And for this stage, basically all we have to do is just run hash dump and go ahead and dump the hashes of this particular machine, as long as we have a privileged user, which I think we do. So let's just run hash dump as is without trying to switch. And yeah, it's literally right there. So I don't know why that's so like, they were just trying to make us do a lot of extra things using that migrate command, because as you saw, the migrate command kicked me out and I didn't even need to do that because I'm already the NT authority system when we got in as the Meterpreter. So that's the thing that's like, okay, well, bro, that doesn't... Anyways, so we were in the PowerShell service as NT authority system, which means that we actually had all of the privileges that we needed to run hash dump, and we ran hash dump, and now we have administrator, guest, and we have John. So we have John's hash as well, and this is his hash right here. So we're going to copy that, and that we need to go ahead and crack real quick. And this is the hash for his username. So the first hash inside of these colons would be his username hash, and then the second one would be his password hash. And so it says with the elevator, what's the name of the user, and that's John. And so we need to actually go ahead and crack that. So I always go to CrackStation first because it's a really giant database of password hashes, and then you just paste in your hash right there and crack the hash. And it says we have the result, but it's not showing me the result. So that's kind of annoying. So let's see what, if I'm going to refresh this one more time and see why that didn't actually show it to me. Yeah, I mean, it's giving me a green message implying that it actually does have the hash, but it's not showing it to me. So let's see what their hint is for this. It says it can be found within the RawQ word list. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. So since we have that, what we're going to do is we're going to just use John the Ripper to crack this hash. So we're going to open up a new terminal. I'm going to make sure I am inside. Okay, so this is where we are. We are going to just create a new hash file. I'm just going to do echo, and I'm going to paste this hash right here. And then I'm going to do that greater than symbol, and I'm going to do hash.txt. And now I have a hash text file that we see right here that we put that hash into. So there's the hash. So a really easy way that we can do this is by just running John the Ripper, basically, to try to find out the value of this hash, assuming that we know the type of hash, which we actually do. It is the LM type that we see right here. So I know that it's the LM format, and what I can do real quick is I can do John, and then I can do I think it's dash dash format list, or list format. I think it's dash dash list formats, something like that. Yeah, okay, so there we go. These are all of the various formats that John the Ripper allows us to do. I'm actually going to grep the LM, and we're going to see what we can find. Okay, so there we go. We have LM is the actual format here. So that will be the format of the password hash that we're going to run. So now we do this. We're going to do John. We're going to do dash dash format equals LM. And then we're going to do dash dash word list. Usually it is inside user share word lists and rocku.txt. And then we will do the hash.txt. Press enter. And it seems, let's see, did it actually work? It says that it worked, but it's not displaying it for me. It also says use the show and then format LM options to display all of the cracked passwords. So I guess let's try that. We'll actually do show prior to this, and then we'll see if it works. And if it doesn't work, then I will try something else. See, it says invalid option combination or duplicate option. So that's so weird. Okay, so we'll try this. So let's just try John, and then we'll do the word list. Actually, let me just confirm that that's actually the location of the word list, because that would be silly if I didn't have the freaking word list here. So let's see. We will do an ls of the user share word lists location, and okay, rocku is actually there. All right. So we will try this one more time. We'll do word list equals user share word lists, and we'll do rocku.txt, and then I'll just do hash.txt without doing a format. And it says detected hash type LM, but the string is also recognized as NT open, So let's see. Okay, so I think I actually do need to designate that format for it. So let's see. I'm gonna try a couple of things, and I'll do like some testing, and then we'll see what response we get here. My goodness, I feel so silly right now, you guys. I'm so sorry. I'm so freaking sorry. So this entire time I have copied this part, which is the freaking thing for the username, and instead of copying this hash, which is the actual hash value for the password. And so when I copied that hash and I went to CrackStation, it immediately showed me the password, which is right there, and is an NTLM. Like I feel so silly right now. It's not even funny. So, okay, there we go. That is actually the actual password for this. All right, now we can graduate to finding the flags. So we have 3 different flag locations here, or 3 different flags, I guess, that we can find. So it says flag 1. This can be found at the system's root. So let's see what the hints are here. Can you see it? Oh, so silly. Okay. So system root would be based on what our location is. So we're currently in C Windows System 32. So if we do CD like that, it'll basically take us to C right there. And then I can do ls or dir, but I think it's ls. So there we go. Flag 1 txt is right there. So I wonder if cat will actually work here, even though we're inside a Windows machine. Okay, very good. So there's flag 1. So flag access the machine, done. It is inside of the system's root, and that is all good. Access the machine. There we go. So flag 2, it can be found at the location where passwords are stored within Windows. And errata, so Windows really doesn't like the location of this flag and can occasionally delete it. It may be necessary in some cases to terminate, restart the machine, and rerun the exploit to find this flag. This is relatively rare, however, it can happen. So where does store it? So it says, I wish I wrote down where I kept my password. Luckily, it's still stored here on Windows. Where is it? The SAM? I think that's where it is, right? So, that's interesting. Okay, so I know that for the most part, I believe that the passwords are typically stored inside of the SAM file. And so what we're trying to do is we're trying to find the SAM file. which is, I mean, just by searching for it, I feel like it's not going to really work. Let me see. So maybe, I don't know. We'll see. Let's see if we just search for Sam. Oops, not that. We want search name file, I think, Sam. I forget the context of this. That's not it either, so hold on. Okay, cool. All right, so that was the syntax, my bad. So the syntax is name without the dash in front of it, and then dash F for file, and then we're looking for Sam, and it is now here. So it could be in one of these two locations, I guess. So the flag might be in either of these two locations. So first we need to go to C, Windows, and Windows System 32 config is where we need to go. Okay, so my Meterpreter session was not working, and so I had to exit it out, and I ran the post-exploitation module that we have and got another Meterpreter session running. So now we're going to switch back to that specific Meterpreter. Okay, so there we go, and we are inside of the Windows location. Okay. So it seems like it was working. Okay, there we go. Now it's actually running very good. So now we can go into the config folder, and we are now here. So here is where it would be, I believe. There we go. There's flag 2. It is inside of the config folder. So now we can just run cat for flag 2, and there is our flag 2. So excellent. So the last flag, it says it can be found at an excellent location to loot. After all, administrators usually have pretty interesting things saved, and I'm guessing that would be the administrator. You'll need to have elevated privileges to access this flag, because obviously you need to go inside of the administrators. Okay, so instead of trying to rummage around, what I'm going to do is I'm literally going to search for flag 3. And see if it'll give me the path to flag 3, because for whatever reason, I don't know what location they would want me to, and it is in John's location, so that's so weird. Okay, so fine. And we actually have John's password anyway, just in case we need to go over there. So where are we right now? We are in this location. Okay, so we're going to do cd users, and then we're going to go into John, not John, sorry, John like that without the H, and we should now be here. Okay, perfect. So now inside of John's documents is where the flag is, right? And there it is. Okay. And there is the final flag, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully you were able to hang around with me so that we can find these flag locations. For the most part, this was actually an easy exercise. I mean, so if you've never done anything like this before, maybe it wasn't an easy exercise. If you were getting an issue with the Meterpreter shell the way that I was, and you had to go back and forth a few times, maybe it wasn't that easy for you. But if you kind of run through everything the way that I ran through them, I feel like you should be able to get the results that I got. And hopefully you'll be able to retrieve all the flags and get all of the answers, so on and so forth. So that was it. That was it for our blue capture the flag exercise. All right, so that was it. Hopefully you found this video useful and you were able to follow along with the instructions and actually get the responses that I got. If you didn't, or if you had any questions, of course, drop it in the comment section below. But that was pretty much it. It was pretty easy exercise, pretty easy series of instructions to follow. If you did find this video useful, and if you would like to get more videos in the CySec101 series, I do encourage you to like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out. And of course, if you have any questions about what we went through today, drop a comment. I do understand that it could be kind of a little bit confusing with trying to get those Meterpreter sessions to work and the privilege escalation portion of it. Even I had to restart it a couple of times. So if you do go through something like that, and if you can't figure it out on your own, drop a comment. I am very responsive in the comment section, as most people already know. And if you just want to say hi or anything like that, definitely make sure you do that as well. And there's a lot of videos that are already on the channel. If you have not checked out already, make sure you check those out. And of course, again, like, subscribe, turn on notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out. And of course, drop a comment if you just want to say hi, or if you want to ask a question, or if you just want to say thanks. Another way to say thanks would be to support this channel by joining the Hackaholics Anonymous community, the premier community for security professionals and hackers. We have 4 tiers: the supporter, agent, guardian, and master. Each tier gets their own Discord server, as well as access to content, early access to content. The agent, guardian, and master levels get exclusive content, exclusive downloads, monthly Python automations, live streams with me every single month, plus so much more. And to join, you can simply click the link in the description below, or you can go to our homepage and click the join button there, or you can go to youtube.com/@HankHacksHackers/join, and you'll be able to join Hackaholics Anonymous. I hope I see you in the Discord server. If not, I hope I see you in the comment section, and that's it. It's your boy Hank Hackerson at Hank Hacks Hackers, your favorite network and system attacker. Love, peace, and chicken grease. If no one else loves you, Hank loves you, and I'll see you in the next video. Later.